Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 2025 annual meeting of the Hollis Brookline Cooperative School District. My name is Drew Mason and I am the district moderator. I call this meeting to order. I'd like to start with the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please stay standing. We're having the Star Spangled Banner sung by volunteer members of our HBHS Honors Choir, directed by HBHS Unified Arts Department Chair Matt Barbosa.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free, and the home of the brave, home of the brave.
Thank you, that was lovely. I invite all veterans and serving members of our armed forces to stand and be recognized. We thank you for your service. Do I have a clicker? Do I have a clicker over here? I invite School Board Chair Holly Durlow Babcock to introduce members of the school board.
Thank you, Drew. Thank you all for coming. Your school board members are Kate Stoll, your vice chair, Beth Williams is our secretary, Rob Mann, Tom Solon, Krista Whalen, and Cindy Van Conant. Tonight I wanted to take a moment to thank two people. First, this is Krista Whalen's last co-op district meeting as a board member. Krista has been a remarkable public servant. During this time, Krista has served as board chair and on multiple committees, including but not limited to the policy committee, various curriculum committees, facility project committees, and she's helped negotiate multiple contracts for the support staff on behalf of the district. She's also served on the start time committee and more than one search committee, one of which led to Andy Corey. Her contribution to our community, staff, and students has been extraordinary. Krista serves with honesty, integrity, and a sense of humor. And most importantly, Krista keeps the needs of the taxpayers and our students in the forefront as she considers decisions. She is not returning to the board and will be missed. Would you please join me in thanking Krista with a round of applause? Thank you. I would also like to mention that Andy Corey is also attending his final HB Co-op district meeting, and in the next few months, he will be retiring from the district after 11 years of service. There will be more time to express our thanks to him, but I wanted to take a minute to recognize his leadership, specifically at these meetings. He has helped this community to stay focused on the needs of our students while always being mindful of our fiscal concerns. He has led us through apportionment conversations, multiple facility projects, and of course, COVID, where we proudly can say that our students were offered full-time, in-person experience when much of the country's schools were unable to do so. Andy was able to do that, and we were able to do that because he has the trust of the staff, the community, and his students, who he always considers first in any decision he makes. Andy will also be missed, and again, please join me in thanking Andy with a round of applause.
I would invite Budget Committee Chair Darlene Mann to introduce members of the Budget Committee.
Good evening. Budget Committee Vice Chair is Raul Blanchet. From Brookline, Dave Blinn. From Hollis, Tom Enright. From Brookline, Matt McGuire and Brian Rader. From Hollis, Tom Whalen, and our school board representative is Tom Solon.
And I invite Superintendent Andy Corey to introduce members of the SAU and co-op administration.
Superintendent-elect Gina Bergskog, Business Administrator Kelly Seeley, Director of Student Services Lauren DeGennaro, Director of Operations Linda Sherwood, and Director of Technology Carol Tyler. At the high school, Principal Tim Grisone, Assistant Principal Yolanda Famino, Assistant Principal Amanda Zella, and Coordinator of Student Services Tracy Lane. And at the middle school, Principal Patrick West, Assistant Principal Ali Bushman, and Assistant Principal Coordinator of Student Services Kathleen Ransom. Thank you.
For meeting officials, we have District Council Jim O'Shaughnessy, District Clerk Diane Levitt. The supervisors of the checklist for both towns are seated at the tables in back, and they are helped out by ballot clerks. We have assistant moderators and counters that are currently in the back corner. This meeting is being streamed, so you can watch it at home if you want to. And you start from the sau.41.org, and you can reach it from the top page. There are other resources on sau41.org, are copies of the fiscal 26 budget. Under that tab, there's a copy of the final meeting warrant, which is also posted in the back of the building, back of the room, and also the MS-27, which is the state DRA form that contains the actual proposed budget in detailed line item form, and also a copy of this presentation. This is just the start of election and meeting week. Next Tuesday is local election and official ballot voting day. In Hollis, it will run from 7 to 7 at the Lawrence Barn, and at Brookline, it will be from 7 to 7:30 p.m. at Captain Samuel Douglas Cabinet. Brookline's annual meeting will be the following night on March 12th at 7 p.m. at CDSA, and Hollis School District annual meeting will be at the same night at 7 p.m. in the Hollis Brookline Middle School multi-purpose room. And to round out the set of meetings, Hollis Town annual meeting will be on Saturday, March 15th at 9 a.m. right here in this room. There are 4 fire exits in this room. 2 are up here in the front and 2 are in the back. The fire department would like to remind you to please keep the exits clear. We are here tonight to discuss and act on the subjects brought forward on the warrant by your school board. To do so effectively, we need rules which provide order and structure to the business of the meeting. Rules must be set for each meeting so folks understand how to get things done. I will propose a set of rules and then ask the voters to adopt them. Once adopted, it takes a 2/3 vote to change them. As a reminder, Robert's Rules is only a guide. They do not control how this meeting is run. You can find a copy of my rules in the Hollis Town Report on page 223 and in the Brookline Town Report on page 221 in the yellow section. In the next few slides, I will touch on a few points. If you wish to speak, come up to the microphone and show your voting card. Please wait to be recognized by the moderator. This gym is not designed as a meeting hall, so it is sometimes very difficult to hear. Announce your name and address clearly so the clerk can hear it. You may speak only once until all other first-time speakers have a chance. Your time is limited to 2 minutes and cannot be yielded or transferred to someone else. Sponsors of petition articles also have 2 minutes to present their arguments, and sponsors of amendments may have 5 minutes. When you get close to your time limit, I will give you a signal. When you're out of time, I will give you a second signal. Be germane, and if possible, be brief. Avoid repeating points that have already been made. Above all, be courteous. It is possible to disagree without being disagreeable. Speakers are limited to registered voters from Brookline or Hollis, members of the school administration for presentations or to answer questions, District Council O'Shaughnessy, and Mike Davey from Energy Efficient Investments, who is a subject matter expert on Articles 1 and 2. Other people may speak if allowed by a majority of the vote of the voters here. Disruptive behavior or personal attacks are out of line, out of bounds, and out of order. To clarify, speaking without being recognized or failing to stop when your time has run out is disruptive behavior. The moderator is responsible for keeping the meeting on track and maintaining order. If things get out of hand, the moderator has various tools to work with. The purpose of a point of order is to bring to the moderator's attention that the meeting rules are not being followed. If you raise a point of order, please be clear about which rule or rules are not being followed. The motion can be used to appeal a ruling of the moderator. It cannot be used to ask a question or make a motion. Those can only be done when the voter has the floor. If you wish to make an amendment, you may do so when it's your turn at the podium. If the amendment is longer than 10 words, write it down legibly and bring it to me after you propose it. Dollar amendments must be made in final amounts, not percentages nor amounts to be added or subtracted. Amendments to the operating budget only affect the budget bottom line unless you are completely zeroing out a line item. Otherwise, the school board has the authority to move funds around as they believe are in the best interest of the district. If a line item is zeroed out, then the school board may not spend any funds on that item. Over the past few meetings, I have been trying different approaches to how we end debate. Listening to feedback from voters and your elected representatives, this is my proposal for this meeting. A motion to end debate may be made only after waiting for your turn in line. It may not be made after making a speech, and I will not accept it if there has not been sufficient debate, in my opinion. For example, the first speaker after discussion is opened should not try to end debate. The motion is not debatable and requires a 2/3 vote to pass. If the motion passes, debate ends immediately. All voters still in line should return to their seats. At that time, the item under discussion is voted on. This is a change from previous meetings. The purpose of a motion to table is to pause consideration of an article. It is not debatable and cannot be made until the article is brought to the floor for discussion. The motion requires only a simple majority. The article can be taken off the table again by a simple majority vote. However, it can be restricted from reconsideration, which leaves the article on the table. The purpose of a motion to pass over is to stop discussion and voting on an article entirely. It can be made immediately before an article is brought to the floor or during debate. The motion is debatable and requires a 2/3 vote to pass. If the motion to pass over passes, the article is removed from consideration for the remainder of the meeting, and it can be restricted from reconsideration. The motion to pass over cannot be applied to the school's operating budget nor the SAU budget. A motion to reconsider is useful and appropriate if new information comes to light or spending approaches the 10% rule. It allows the voters to discuss a matter further and vote again. The motion can only be made by a person who voted on the prevailing side. It is debatable and requires a simple majority to pass. A motion to restrict reconsideration does not block reconsideration of a previous motion or article. If passed, it requires that any subsequent reconsideration of the vote cannot occur for at least 7 days. The motion can be applied to any previously completed and declared vote. The motion is not debatable and is in order at any time the voter has the floor. Articles will be taken up in the order listed in the warrant. All articles must be acted upon before the meeting can be dissolved. Acted upon does not mean that the article receives a final vote. It simply means that the meeting takes some clear action on the article. For example, tabling an article is sufficient. The order of articles can be changed by a 2/3 vote of the members present. My copy of Robert's Rules is more than an inch thick. It's more like 2 inches. It is simply not possible in a few slides to take into account all of the possible motions and situations that can occur. The moderator has the responsibility for making rulings on such matters as things come up. However, this is your meeting. State law also gives the voters at the meeting the ability to appeal and overrule any interpretation of the rules that the moderator may make. If you disagree with a ruling, come to the microphone and raise a point of order, being clear what you are appealing. A second is required. The meeting then has the opportunity to discuss and vote on the ruling. An appeal is successful by a simple majority vote. If the ruling is a direct application of one of the meeting rules, you need to suspend or change the rules rather than make an appeal. That action requires a 2/3 vote. So, shall the school district vote to adopt the rules for this meeting as proposed by the moderator? Is there a motion? Moved by Holly Durlow-Backup. Is there a second? Second, Darlene Mann. Discussion. Mr. Power.
Yes, Eric Power, Westview Road, Brookline. I'd like to make a motion to amend the proposed rules.
Go ahead.
I propose that the motion to table require a 2/3 majority vote.
Okay. What about the motion to take off the table?
Taking off the table 2/3 as well.
Okay. The motion to amend is to change the rules for tabling to require a 2/3 vote to table and a 2/3 vote to remove it from the table. Is there any discussion on this motion? Do you want to speak to your motion?
Yes, in past years, this is what we have done so that at least you get to hear about the warrant article before making a decision on it. A 2/3 majority shows that people would not want to hear about it or want to continue on it, so it makes a lot of sense. It's also similar to the same majority that's needed to end debate, so I think it makes a lot of sense. Thank you.
Is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, the vote is to amend the rules to require a 2/3 vote to table something and a 2/3 vote to take it off the table. If you are in favor of this amendment to the rules, please raise your cards. Thank you. If you are opposed, raise your cards. That's too close. I want to count this one. So we're going to marshal the counters, and just to be clear, motions to amend the rules only require a simple majority. Are the counters ready? Okay. If you are in favor of this amendment to the rules, please raise your cards. Are we set? All right, you can lower your cards. If you are opposed to this change in the rules, please raise your cards. Who's counting the people up front? Thank you, Webb. All right, you can lower your cards. I'd like to take a moment to mention that today is Fat Tuesday, so everybody can have a good celebration when we're done here tonight. Some people may have already started celebrating. The vote to amend the rules is 90 yeses and 106 noes. The motion fails. Thank you. Mr. Power.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Eric Power, Brookline. I make a motion to amend the rules. My motion is to allow the proponent of a petition warrant article 5 minutes instead of 2 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, and you're moving it, presumably. Is there a second? Sir, your name? John Liska. Do you wish to speak to your motion?
I'll speak to the motion briefly. Petition warrant articles have to be signed by at least 25 voters, so there's some work that goes into it. And we have 5 minutes being given to people that are doing amendments to articles, not the ones that have generated the articles. So I think it's only fair that 5 minutes should be given to a petition warrant article to be heard. Thank you.
I will say in defense of my rules proposal that all of these articles have received public hearings, and the intent of the public hearing, in my view, is to give the public opportunity to discuss and learn about these things at length. Is there further discussion of this amendment? All right. If you are in favor of amending the rules to allow proposers of petition warrant articles 5 minutes rather than 2, please raise your cards. Thank you. If you are opposed, raise your cards. And the noes have it.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'd like to make one more amendment proposal.
All right?
I propose that the Hollis Brookline School District conduct all-day voting on a date and time to be determined after the end of debate on all warrant articles 1, 2, 9, 10, and 11 only.
The amendment is to change the rules to have all-day voting on Articles 1, 2, 9, 10, and 11 only. Do you wish to speak to this? Oh, yes. Is there a second? In the back, what's your name? Peter Walker, Brookline. All right.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Eric Power, Brookline. The purpose of this is that we have 5 warrant articles tonight that require 1-hour ballot votes, and many of them are, if we look at that, that's 5 hours of voting, and we're almost at 7 o'clock here. Makes a lot of sense. There's a lot of people watching at home, and there's not that many people here. We have, from my count, just under 200 voters from the first count, and it makes a lot of sense to allow the all-day ballot vote on these large warrant articles for bonds, as well as the warrant articles for the tax cap, budget cap, and adoption of SB 2. So I would hope people would go and approve that we do all-day voting. Thank you.
Ms. St. John.
Michelle St. John, Hollis.
Do you have a voting card? Thank you.
Yep. It's not necessary to have all-day voting. 1-hour votes are not sequential. The meeting continues throughout the evening, and so you can go and speak to the next article while voting is taking place. So I think that's irrelevant, and we should take care of business this evening.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Rob Rushton, Brookline. The purpose of the town meeting format, as we are here gathered, is to hear the arguments both pro and con for any particular proposal. If we move voting to an all-day vote for any reason other than the ones that are required, at that point we lose the ability to hear the discussion and have potentially our minds changed on any particular article. So I do not agree with this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there further discussion on this amendment to the rules? Seeing none, if you are in favor of amending the rules to have all-day voting on Articles 1, 2, 9, 10, and 11, please raise your cards. Thank you. If you are opposed, raise your cards. And the motion fails. Is there more discussion on the rules? Seeing none, if you are in favor of adopting the rules as proposed, please raise your card. Thank you. If you are opposed, please raise your cards. And the ayes have it. I'd like to take a moment to thank Liz Brown for standing in for me at the special co-op meeting last month. I had a prior commitment that I was unable to move, and so I was not able to attend that night, but I think Liz did a fabulous job. Looking at the warrant for tonight's meeting, we have 7 articles proposed by the school board, Article 1 is a bond issue on energy efficiency. Article 2 is a bond issue on energy conservation related to solar. Both of those, as bond issues over $100,000, require a secret ballot vote, and the polls will be open for at least an hour. They require, in order to pass, a 3/5 vote, and we will run these concurrently. What I mean by that is, once we open the polls for Article 1, I will give everyone in the room the time to go through and vote. And after you have voted, you may visit the ballot clerks and get a ballot for the next vote. Once people are in the room have voted, we will sit down and continue on with Article 2. So we don't need to hold up everything for an hour while we're waiting for the results on Article 1. And then we will use the same procedure voting for Article 2 and be able to move on to Article 3. Article 3 is the operating budget. Because the final number on Article 3 is contingent on the results of bond issue Article 1, we may need to table that one. We'll just have to see where we are when we get there. Article 4 is a labor agreement with the Hollis Educational Support Staff organization. Article 5 is the SAU budget. That's another ballot vote, but does not require the polls to be open for an hour. Article 6 is the Facilities Maintenance Trust. Article 7 is a contingency fund. And as written, it's $33,077,808. Then there are the petition warrant articles. Article 8 has to do with putting the tax impact on the warrant. Article 9 is to adopt SB 2. Article 10 is to adopt a budget cap, and Article 11 is to adopt a tax cap. Are we? Okay. At this point, Ms. Mann.
Thank you. So before we get into the heart of the articles this evening, I just wanted to reiterate what the moderator pointed out about the total as written versus the anticipated adjustment. So as written, all of the appropriating articles total just over $33 million. Contingent on the passage of Article 1, there will be a $915,000 adjustment down to the operating budget article, which would bring the total this evening to $32,162,808. By statute, there is an upper limit, it's called the 10% limitation, that's the upper limit that can be passed by the legislative body this evening. And for this year, based on Budget Committee recommended articles, which include the full value of the two bond articles, the total amount, the maximum that can be passed this evening is $43,874,185. This view is intended to show a budget trend of starting back in FY10, moving forward through FY25. The red line that kind of divides the chart is the line of the inflation-adjusted budgets. The main reason for the FY25 adjusted budget being slightly higher than inflation is due to significant increases over this period of time in the areas of health insurance, which is essentially doubled in the budget, student services, and our contribution to the New Hampshire retirement system, which is tripled. Student enrollment in the district is anticipated to be just over 1,100 students, so it's anticipated at 1,111 versus 1,114, which is where we are this year. So it's essentially flat, just a decrease of 3 students. The last 5 columns of the chart in red are those estimates from NESDEC, and what that shows is some very slight increases over the next 5 years. The increases that the lower grades, the K-6 districts will see will not have gotten up here to the co-op over the next 5 years, and it's after that time that we would anticipate seeing the increases in our student enrollment. From an enrollment composition perspective, it's important, obviously, because we're 2 towns that come together, and the average daily membership, which is derived from enrollment, is a driving factor of apportionment. So what you see in the columns that are outlined in black is the anticipated enrollment for FY26, which is about 53% Hollis and 47% Brookline. Back in the FY17-18 time period, we were a little bit closer to 50-50, but we've moved to the 54-46, and now moving down toward 53-47 going into FY26. On a cost per pupil basis, the columns in blue represent the state average cost per pupil, columns in red represent the district. And as you'll see over time, again back to FY10, the district has consistently had a cost per student that runs below the state average. This is a consistent calculation derived by the Department of Education. It is the only calculation that every district in the state has. It's consistent. It is not simply taking the budget and dividing by the number of students. The state uses a subset of our total expenses, again, consistently across the state, and it's that cost per pupil that is what we report for the district. On a comparative basis, these towns that are included in this chart are ones we've used for several years. They are a combination of districts that are near to us. In some cases, they're districts where we send students to the CTE programs. Others are cooperative districts. Others have similar test scores. Others may have similar sizes in the total number of students. So there are various reasons why these particular communities are identified here. In red is the state average. In yellow is the co-op. Subsequent to that, we have Bedford, Exeter, Milford, Nashua, the Oyster River Co-op, Sauhegan, and Wyndham. So where we're always most closely aligned is very consistently year after year to Milford. But again, these are just for various reasons. They're important for us to see where we compare to other districts. So this chart is the trend of cost per pupil across the state. So for 162 New Hampshire districts, in other years that number's a little bit higher. At the DOE, a couple of districts were late in submitting their information, but the state wanted to get cost per pupil published, and we're going with 162 districts for. I should mention the cost per pupil is based on our expenses at the end of the last school year, so it's for FY24. We're in FY25 and we're budgeting for FY26. And what you'll see from this chart is the darker column to the left is the co-op. The green column, the next darker one, is the state average. So here again, the co-op falls below the state average, and we're in the lower third of the 162 districts that are represented here. Tax effort is what your tax rates are actually based on. So this evening, while we're reviewing the budget and components and different articles of what's going to contribute to that total budget, your taxes are based on a number that is lower than the budget. It's lower because of revenue and state aid that the district receives. So on a consistent basis, we underrun, we have slight underruns from the prior year, which contribute to lowering what the tax effort will be in the upcoming year. And right now, that tax effort is right around 75% of the total budget. So as I mentioned, revenue and state aid are the two things that reduce the budget and result in tax effort. The red lines represent state aid, and the blue lines represent revenue. So you'll see in the red lines for the last several years, the lines furthest to the right are been pretty consistent with the level of aid that we receive. Now this is the aid that's calculated by adequacy aid, which is on a per pupil basis, and it's the return of the statewide education property tax through the retained education grant. The blue lines represent really in-district revenue. That's driven by several things, and other sources of revenue, like grants, special education aid, building aid, and the unreserved fund balance, or the amount of money that's left at the end of the prior year that's going to contribute to offsetting your taxes in the year going forward. And what you see happening as you look at the last two columns to the right is a decrease in the blue line. So our revenue in the district is going down. One of the main reasons for that is that we have about $250,000 in building aid that is going away because we're retiring the middle school bond. So our revenue will go down by $250,000, and we have a conservative estimate in for the amount of money that will be left at the end of this current school year, and pretty consistently based on the most recent results that we've seen, we're going to sticking around the $250,000 mark, and aren't anticipating a higher unreserved fund balance going forward. So we currently have an apportionment formula that will be in place for the next 5 years. As was mentioned earlier, there was a district meeting in January that affirmed the formula for the next 5 years. And the result of the formula is use of average daily membership, distribution, and equalized value distribution to come up with the distribution of expenses between Hollis and Brookline. And so where we start with our ADM estimate, which is around 55-45, because also when you're doing this calculation, it's based on the prior year end of year ADM. And an estimate for the equalized value distribution, come up with a net apportionment distribution, and then each community receives its own amount of aid. And that, after that, the local tax effort percentage, the last column to the right, of 56.4% Hollis, 43.6% Brookline is our estimate of how the apportionment will work for FY26. And what that means on the whole budget, that we'll be examining tonight, Hollis would be responsible for $14.2 million, Brookline for $10.9 million. For those of you who like numbers more than pie charts, this is a breakdown by community of how the numbers actually fall out. So starting with that lower adjusted operating budget of $32.2 million, we've reduced co-op revenue by $1.6 million, reduced aid by a total of $5.4 million across the two towns, $2.8 million for Hollis, $2.6 million for Brookline, resulting in the $14.2 million for Hollis and $10.9 million for Brookline, yielding an estimated tax impact for the co-op of $6.08 per thousand and $9.36 per thousand for Hollis and $9.36 per thousand for Brookline. I would like to clarify that the $6.08 and the $9.36 essentially replaces a similar amount in your current bill. That whole $6 and that whole estimated $9 does not get added onto the taxes that you and the tax bill that you received at the end of the year. So we're not taking Let's see, Hollis, the co-op portion last year was $5.68. We're not adding another $6. We're replacing $5.68 with $6.08. So for Hollis, that would represent a 7% increase on the tax bill for the co-op. And because the co-op represents 32% of the total tax bill, that's an estimated 2.3% increase in your bill for the co-op. For Brookline, where the co-op is approximately 38% of your total bill, the $9.36 is an 8.2% increase, which results in a 3.1% increase to the bottom line on your tax bill. This next summary is a summary of of the components of your tax bill and the things that you're going to be addressing in either deliberative session at the ballot for the town of Brookline and the Brookline School District, and at annual district meetings for the Hollis School District and the town of Hollis. In yellow is the co-op, what we're talking about tonight. So that is the $6.08 that I mentioned for Hollis and $9.36 for Brookline. The K-6 Hollis School District increase is to $6.40, which is about an 11.5% increase. For Brookline, about a 14.8% increase for the K-6 district. For the town of Hollis, about a 7.2% increase. The town of Brookline, about a 1.2% increase. And in total, again, these are all estimates. There are many things that can change. The total estimated impact would be of the entire slate of things you'll be voting on over the next couple of weeks. The increase would be about a 7.4% increase for Hollis and 8% for Brookline. I want to reiterate that there are many factors that can impact the tax rate after tonight's vote, and most of those factors are beyond our control because of legislative initiatives, because of things that are being considered in Concord. There are many, many bills that address increases to special education aid, increases to adequacy, moving costs from the New Hampshire retirement system back to the state. Other bills that address increasing levels of building aid. There are many bills to be considered. They could all pass. Well, I guess they can't all pass because some are competing with one another, but there's a lot to work out in Concord that can have a positive effect for the district. If we receive additional state aid, then your tax impact of tonight's budget will go down. So I would urge you to just, there is a way you can review the bills online. You can provide your input online. You don't have to drive up to Concord to attend public hearings. You can always contact a representative, but there are just many, many things to consider, and it's a way that you can impact the effect of what we vote on tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Darlene. Article 1, to see if the district will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $5,291,200 gross budget for the design, acquisition, and installation of energy conservation equipment, HBMS boilers, controls, LED lighting, and other end-of-life rooftop units, and related building improvements at the Hollis Brookline Middle School, the project, to authorize $5,291,200 of such sum to be raised through the issuance of bonds or notes in accordance with the Municipal Finance Act, RSA Chapter 33, to authorize the school board to issue and negotiate such bonds or notes, and to determine the date, maturities, interest rate, and other details of such bonds or notes, and to authorize the school board to apply for, accept, and expend any federal, state, or private funds that may become available in respect of the project to reduce the amount that must be bonded or to pay debt service on such bonds or notes, and to raise and appropriate the sum of $132,280 for the first year's principal and interest payment on the bonds or notes issued. A 3/5 ballot vote is required. The estimated net tax impact is 5 cents a thousand for Brookline and 3 cents a thousand for Hollis. The school board recommends this appropriation by a vote of 6-0-0. The budget committee recommends this appropriation by a vote of 8-0-0. The voting will be by secret ballot, and the polls will remain open for at least an hour. Moved by Holly Durlow Babcock, seconded by Krista Whalen. Mr. Mann.
Mr. Moderator, we do have a short video prepared for the audience. There's a lot of technical aspects to this. This sums it up rather nicely, so we thought this would help.
The way our boilers work here at the middle school is not exactly the most efficient design. We have one boiler that serves half of the school and another boiler that serves the other half of the school. They don't work together and they don't support each other and support the load. If one boiler goes down right now, then we have no heat in half of the school building and we really can't open the school for the day if we're talking about a cold winter day.
Also, the Department of Energy has recently increased the standards for boiler efficiency. So manufacturers are making less and less cast iron boilers like the middle school currently has. What we're finding is parts are getting much more difficult to get for these older boilers.
Like the worst case scenario in my mind is the boiler goes down for a prolonged period of time, longer than a day. These boilers are old. I'm not positive that replacement parts are in the cards. And finding that temporary heating source is gonna cost you money. Every solution that we bring up, every person that we bring in, whatever it may be, parts, that's all money that goes out the window. And those are older boilers and it could get very expensive very quickly.
Last year, one of our customers had a boiler failure in the middle of the winter. They had cast iron sectional boilers like the middle school has, and last winter it was a 52-week lead time to get replacement parts. So we had to do an emergency repair, which increased the cost by about 20% compared to the planned replacement that we were hoping to do the following summer.
We are looking to create a centralized boiler plant with 2 boilers set up in a redundant fashion that support each other, support the load, that can provide us with a longer lifespan for those boilers, and also allows us to operate the schools if one boiler were to go down for a day. We are also looking to remove our oil tanks that are stored underground at this time and switch over to propane boilers.
The proposed new boilers are 98% thermally efficient compared to the 80% efficient boilers we have now. At the high school last year, we were able to convert the boiler system to propane and come in under budget and significantly reduce fuel expenditures for the district.
We're trying to get away from oil because of the state regulations, and it's not as efficient as propane.
This project, if approved, would put the middle school on the same heating source that the high school and Hollis Elementary schools are currently on, which will increase your purchasing power and then bring down fuel budgets across both the schools and town.
I'm also excited about the possibility of having a much more comfortable learning environment and teaching environment. When we looked at our gym, we only have mechanical ventilation, which means we have a louver that opens up to the outside, cold air comes in, and the hot air from the gym leaves. So you have one side of the gym that's freezing cold, and the other side of the gym that's pretty warm. So truly we need to have an appropriate ventilation system in our gym. In the north wing of the middle school, we have some unit ventilators that are from 1994. They are very loud, so the students can't hear the teacher speak, so they essentially are not even turned on during the day. When the unit ventilators are turned off, there is no air exchange, which means there's no fresh air coming in from the outside. All the stale air stays inside. It becomes stuffy and it becomes a poor learning environment for the students. So we're looking to replace the unit ventilators from 1994 with brand new energy recovery ventilators that include dehumidification. So they're not as clunky, they don't make as much noise, you can teach over them. It's almost as if they're not on at all, yet they are continuously exchanging the air and removing the humidity from the air. The dehumidification project was completed at the high school a few years back.
Prior to adding dehumidification to the high school, we would often hear that in September and then in the early months of June, it is absolutely sweltering. Oftentimes that's when high school students are taking finals. It's brutally hot in those rooms.
I don't think I ever told Mike this, but I was skeptical beyond belief because I'm like, all right, dude, we're spending $2 million here. And I really hope you're telling me the truth, and this is really going to keep the building cool because, you know, it's not air conditioning. You know, everybody just keeps saying air conditioning. So if it's not air conditioning like, we're dead. And the feedback we've received is, you know, through the roof. Because those people on the third floor, they're no longer sitting there in May, June in 88-degree temperatures. They're sitting there in 69, 70-degree temperatures, complaining it's too cold.
It's the first time in the HVAC industry where I've actually received thank yous for how much we've changed the environment from the sweltering multi-story building that the high school used to be to probably the premier climate for a New England school. We think that we can make that same improvement at the middle school.
As district leadership, we're always trying to balance the needs of our students, the needs of our teachers, the needs of the community and taxpayers. So we look to fund projects at times when it seems most appropriate and most manageable. So this coming year, a $600,000 bond payment is coming off of the books, and the Facilities Committee felt that that was an appropriate time to move forward with a new project that wasn't to exceed that bond payment. This project would allow us to add another 30+ useful years to the middle school. It would allow us to complete the many necessary projects for HVAC and the boiler, and we would be able to complete this project without experiencing a huge spike in our taxes because of it.
Well, thank you for all of you being here tonight. It's very much appreciated, and your participation is actually essential, so thank you very much. I want to get through some detail around this project. So a little background around the Facilities Committee. It was put together around 2 years ago, comprised of school board, budget committee, administration, and community members from both Hollis and Brookline. Our charter was to be a standing committee in order to be able to gain a deep understanding of all aspects associated with the maintenance, management, efficient operation, and general condition of the high school and the middle school buildings. Also to engage subject matter experts on various technical heavy aspects of our school buildings, and to advise the school board on best solutions to resolve issues relating to the HVAC systems of the buildings. Our driving principles as a committee and the deliverables were to deliver a solution resolving the middle school boiler compliance issue, provide recommendations for necessary HVAC upgrades, provide an additional option that augments and enhances the HVAC upgrades that reduces the district's dependency on fossil fuels while increasing efficiency and lowering operational risk. Provide a complete costed out recommendation package with funding options to the co-op school board no later than December 2024 that is cost neutral to taxpayers. And what I mean by that is that in FY26, we have roughly $600,000 of debt service coming off our books. So we targeted a project that would come in at or around $600,000. So the situation we were up against is that the state of New Hampshire deemed our old oil tank and piping infrastructure supplying our aging oil burners out of compliance, unable to pass new DES standards and testing, remediation is required by the state. Our options were to replace the oil delivery infrastructure at great expense and committing the district to oil for the next several decades, or convert or upgrade our boilers to propane, joining the Hollis District and town purchasing pool as they are on propane. Our current state is that the high school boilers have been converted in 2024, oil tanks and piping removed. The project was completed within budget and on time. The middle school oil burners are 25+ years old and at end of life. The boilers do not load share. There is no redundancy between the two of them. That is, boiler number 1 services half of the middle school, boiler number 2 services the other half. You lose one, half of the building is freezing. The boilers are too old to invest in conversion, so a complete replacement is required. The current value to do just the boilers is roughly $915,000. It is currently in the budget tonight as we speak. It is not recommended by the committee nor the school board, for the main reason that it's too impactful. The one-time purchase or layout of money is too impactful for a one budget cycle to taxpayers. If the bond passes, the school board will motion to adjust Article 3 accordingly and take that out of the budget on the floor tonight. What we do recommend is including the boiler cost in a 20-year HVAC efficiency bond that is recommended by not only the committee, but the school board. It provides the load sharing and redundancy that I spoke about. It works in concert with other HVAC upgrades as a system, and it works together to greatly improve the classroom experience, recognize deficiencies, and reduce operational risks. And it spreads the costs over a longer period of time of 20 years. So some of the highlights and details around each aspect of the proposal. There's a lighting upgrade for the entire middle school that's budgeted for $333,000. The middle school lighting is currently all fluorescent, except for a recent upgrade in the multi-purpose room. LED lights reduce energy consumption while providing a better learning environment for students. LED lighting is becoming the norm for schools and private non-governmental building applications, and the committee is recommending this project be completed while LED lighting is still eligible for rebates at the state level. HVAC controls, that's budgeted for $665,000. New improvements and additions to new energy recovery ventilators will require HVAC control upgrades. And the maximum efficiency required implementation of a variable frequency drives and other components. So a lot of technical stuff there. Another aspect to this proposal is adding mechanical ventilation to the gymnasium. As we heard, the current ventilation system does not have an air handler at all. Ventilation is supplied by a crude louver system open directly to the outside. This is neither efficient or effective and leaves the gym environment not up to the district standards. A new ventilation system would consist of what we call an ERV, similar to those projects that were used similar to other projects, and would include dehumidification as well. Upgrades to the 1994 unit ventilator area to an energy recovery ventilator, or ERV. That's budgeted at $2,101,200. Individual unit ventilators are not efficient and can have problems as they break down over time. The new ERV units operate by exchanging indoor air with outdoor air while recovering energy from the indoor air and acclimate it, if you will, to the and then expel it. So there's an energy recovery process as you are pulling in outdoor air and getting rid of the indoor air. Installing these ERVs with a system of ducting improves efficiency and more serviceable maintenance. And these ERV units would also include dehumidification, improving interior temperatures for student learning. These ERVs would be the same model as what the district has installed at the high school 2 years ago. This is just showing the areas of the middle school that would be supplied by this particular change with those ERVs I discussed. Upgrading the HRU 1 and 2 units, that's budgeted for $727,000. Heat recovery units 1 and 2 service both 7th and 8th grade classroom wings. That's the majority of the instructional space and is located in the 2 wings. Upgrading those units with dehumidification greatly improves interior environment and student learning, and those ERVs would be the same model that the district installed at the high school, again, 2 years ago. This shows everything in a table with all the, not only the budgeted amounts, but the available grants to do the work, and also the projected energy savings once these units are in place. I will pass it over to the Budget Committee to present some of the financial metrics around this.
Earlier in the budget process, at the public hearing, the school board was originally considering a lease as a financing mechanism for both projects that we're going to be discussing this evening. And the decision was made to move toward bond financing because of the reduced interest rate over the same period of time. So this chart is just highlighting that by going with the New Hampshire Bond Bank and a bond instead of a municipal lease, the district will incur $1.4 million less in interest expense. This chart represents our long-term debt schedule. It dates back to FY98, and all of the blue leading up to the lowest column, kind of toward the middle, is all the high school and middle school expenses in blue. So you'll notice that, like I said, toward the middle of this chart, the bottom section of blue goes away in FY26 because in FY25 we're making our last bond payment on the middle school. In red is overlaid the financing for the turf field, which will continue until FY30. The high school HVAC project, which will be financed through 37. And then in yellow, you see the current project that was just described to you continuing out to 2046. And overlaid on top of that is the solar project, which is the, Article 2, which goes out for 15 years rather than 20. So in summary, we would be bonding $5.291 million. I do have a slight correction to the tax rate that was included. It is in the first year a 4-cent impact per town, the average impact, because that first year payment is only an interest payment, the following year of the bond is the higher kind of full cost and full payment, and that's when you would see the 4 cents going up to 11 cents per thousand in Hollis, 10 cents per thousand in Brookline. Now again, these are estimates based on the current apportionment formula, the tax base assumptions that we're using and things like that. Tax bases are going to continue to change over time, but using today's assumptions, the increase would go from 4 to 11 in Hollis and 4 to 10 cents per thousand in Brookline on average annually. With the highest payment in FY27 going to would be $464,000, so that falls below the $600,000 that's coming off at the end with the termination of this year. That's it.
Thank you, Darlene and Rob. I know that for those people sitting in the seats over here, this may be something of an eye chart. I would remind you that the entire presentation is available on the SAU 41 website, and so you can download it. If you have a tablet here, you can download it that way, or if you're at home, you can download it and watch along, and so you won't be having to see an eye chart. Article 1, is there discussion on Article 1? Yes, sir.
Rob Rushton, Brookline. One of the key elements of HVAC system and buildings of these sizes are the control mechanisms that ensure that the heat and ventilation is distributed properly across the entire building. Can somebody describe if there are any improvements to that, or is what we have adequate? What is being planned in that area? Thank you.
Mike Davey, you may have seen me in my video appearance a few minutes ago. I was part of the engineering team that worked on this study, and right now the science wing of the middle school has unit ventilators that are hung from the ceiling and no duct distribution. So the biggest environmental and controls improvement will be adding ductwork throughout those classrooms, which means taking the ceilings down, putting roof-mounted ventilation units with coils in them, and then each classroom will have a reheat coil. So you'll have heat on the baseboard and then on the airstream, so you can control the heat coming into the space. That is what you have in this building. So we have ductwork here, we have coils, and that's what the classrooms have as well here. Another component is the controls will be an open source, non-proprietary system. A lot of districts complain that they have technology that becomes proprietary. The proposed system here would be open source that any company can work on.
Mr. Power.
Eric Power, Brookline. I'm concerned about the size of this bond. I don't really like seeing a 20-year expense going out when I saw that chart on how long it will go. I don't agree with the committee's recommendation of that it would be too much of a tax impact to just do the boiler this year. I saw it would be $915,000 and a $30,000 rebate, so it would be $885,000 to do the boiler, which seems to be the most urgent need. The rest of it we don't have to do right now, and I think that this makes sense to vote no on this because I think it is a lot of money. There's $4.4 million beyond this boiler that's being spent, and I do not think it makes sense. Propane, I understand there's a bulk rate that you can get by buying it in a lot of larger quantity, but BTU by BTU, oil is more cost effective if you don't have that buying power. So for those reasons, I would recommend that people vote no on this, and we keep the $915,000, and maybe we can credit the $30,000 in the off of the operating budget, and that way I think we'll be more responsible. We're not going to spend $4.4 million that we don't need to. And I would also add a question that on the tax impact here, it's my understanding that we're doing 100% equalized valuation on this, so Hollis is paying a higher percentage of this. I don't know if anybody can explain to me, but I see a 3 cent per thousand in Hollis and a 5 cent per thousand in Brookline, and I would think it would be the same number, but the average household in Hollis will pay more. Is that right?
I thought I said that the rate would be revised to 4 cents each in the first year for each community. I know that says 3 and 5. That was presented at the public hearing using the aggregate distribution of the budget, going back and having time to recalculate over a 20-year period, included in the summary chart if you move forward a couple of slides, Drew. Keep going. Next one. Right there, the FY26 tax rate is 4 cents each. There's an oversight on my part when putting the presentation together and didn't update the worded slide.
So in the out years, it looks like it's going to jump up to 11 cents. Wouldn't it be 11 cents in both towns or 10 cents in both towns, or is that a rounding error or what?
It's just based on again, using the 6832 equalized value distribution. Running, I believe, using the current valuation, it's just the way the numbers work. So it's rounded up. It's like 10.9 for Hollis, rounds to 11. It's 10.67. You see the next part that says the dollar amount per 100,000 says $10.67. So it's 10.67, which rounds to 11 cents, and then the 9.92, which rounds to 10 cents on average.
So this is essentially treating Hollis and Brookline as one big tax base for the purposes of a capital expense because it's 100% equalized valuation.
It uses 100% equalized value.
Okay,
yes.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Alan Rosenberg, Brookline. Question, in their submission to the capital improvements plan, the SAU is anticipating a 12,000 square foot expansion to the middle school in 2029. Would this system be able to handle that expansion, or would we kind of be back in the same boat where there'd be a separate system for the expansion?
Good question.
Aware of any expansion plans right now? There may be in other districts. I'll let Superintendent speak to that.
Rob, don't start speaking until you're all the way up at the microphone. Don't start speaking till you're already up at the microphone.
What's being referred to is the placeholder that the Brookline
Correct.
CIP. So that is something where we were asked to put in a placeholder, and looking at with the current elementary enrollments, that could play out to be 2029, that could be 2032. It's a placeholder. I think Mike can answer more about the technical question on the heating of it.
And the answer is yes. The boiler system, the boiler plant will have capacity for a future expansion of that size. The ventilation and controls for that are not part of this. Those will be part of an addition. But the boiler plant, the engine of the heating system, would have, the one nice thing about propane heating systems is they have very good turn down. So they can operate at a 20th of their total output and still be very efficient. So we would have a bigger boiler with a high turn down to allow for future expansion.
Okay, just quick follow-up question. So just to be clear, the boilers would be redundant, the HVAC system would not be?
That's correct. So with an addition, assuming there would be a future addition that's not fully designed yet, that would need its own new ductwork and air handler.
Okay, so similar to like half the building now is on one system, would be on one system,
Correct.
even with the improvement?
Yeah, and like, but for example, I believe there's about at least 9 air handlers at the high school. Is that right? Or so there's several air handlers. So in general, because you have to move so much air through a classroom, if you were to do one air handler for an entire school, the ductwork would be enormous, and you'd have to have huge room above your ceiling. So we would have, there'd be multiple air handlers. I think at the end of this project, the middle school would have 7, and I know the high school has at least 9. Is that right? Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Opelka.
Chris Opelka, Hollis. Some of my questions might have to do with that eye chart issue. I heard that a $600,000 bond's going to be retiring, and the leases, I just was wondering what the total lease was going to be. Also, is this going to be a cast iron boiler, or is it going to be something else? I recently changed a residential property to propane. I didn't want to have to buy another thing in my lifetime. So I couldn't go with oil, I went with propane. They told me it was 10 to 15 years lifetime. What is the lifetime of this thing? And if it's gonna be anywhere near 25 years, you better start saving now for the next replacement. And rather than pay for the bond, I would rather pay the $915,000, and I can't support that $5.2 million for 20 years, especially not knowing what the lifetime of this is going to be. And I would prefer a phased approach and put it in your operating budget.
There were several questions in there.
Yeah, I can answer the boiler questions, and I think there was another question about that I think Darlene. So for the boiler, so the boiler that we would put in here would be a Made in America high mass boiler, condensing gas that has more than a 20-year life. There are propane boilers on the market that are low mass, that are made for residential, light commercial, that they are 15-year products. So what you're, and what a high mass boiler is, this is the size of a small car. It deals with it can handle lots of water compared to what is in your house. It's a more expensive product, much more robust. The residential boilers that are low mass put a lot of strain on their heat exchangers, and that's why they have a shorter life. This would not be a 15-year product. This would last the life of the finance period.
How long will it last?
So 20 to 25 years is what they recommend.
20 to 25 years.
Yes.
I really don't want to go with a bond for that.
Darlene.
So is your outstanding question, how much are the other amounts?
The leases, because
So-
is it the bonds being retired and there's no other bonds, so it's just leases?
So we have a payment that over the next 5 years averages $222,000 annually for the field, and the high school HVAC, similar project to this, is $235,000 for 10 more years.
Okay. And again, if you do go with phased approaches, please put on the information what phase number you're in of 20 phases or whatever. Again, I don't support a 20-year bond for something that's going to need to be replaced.
Yes, sir.
Brian Loveland, Toddy Brook Road, and we have been very lucky that we haven't had the issues that they referred to in the video where something is waiting to the last end of its life cycle and you have to pay through the nose to get it fixed. That $900,000 that's been mentioned is for a stopgap and would not be the last expense that we had, where we would have significant expenses to maintain it for not and have an inferior product over this time period. And right now, we should take advantage of the situation we're in and upgrade the whole system, because it's similar to a lot of things where fixing an individual piece over the next 5 years is going to be significantly more expensive than just getting a new one, where there's new materials, new support, and we won't have that issue of where they were saying, I think it was a 20% surcharge to get something fixed. Imagine if the boiler blew in the middle of winter and we didn't have school for 3 weeks. The life expectancy of the boilers is 20 to 25 plus years, which matches the bond, which is ideally the bond would get paid off, and then we would have free time to have before we had to get it replaced. But matching assets and liabilities is a very prudent method, and thank you.
Yes, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Moderator. Brendan Dennehy, 31 Mason Road in Brookline. I was fortunate enough to be one of the members of the public that served on the Co-op Facilities Committee for the last 2 years, and I really appreciate the presentation that the school board and the Budget Committee has done. They did a really good job of covering the issues here. It was a learning experience for me. I graduated in 1979 from what is now the middle school, and the louvers in the gym, that was old technology when I graduated almost 50 years ago. There was other technology that we were talking about, and it was like, oh, it was done in 1994. And it's like, oh, that's really recent. And it's like, no, that's 30 years ago. One of the points that we should point out is that several of the other systems that we're talking about here are end of life or past end of life. So this idea of just doing the furnace, the boilers this year, and putting the other ones off, they're not going to go away. They're going to need to be done, and if we don't do them now, we'll have to do them in future years, and we're going to have to patchwork all this stuff. The idea that this committee came up with, which I totally support, is let's get a bond, let's get all this stuff working, and have it working together. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Do you have a voting card? Thank you.
Peter Stowell, Hollis. I'd like to move the question.
A motion to end debate. Is there a second? Mr. Belanger. Sir, what was your name? Stomel? S-T-O-M-E-L? Stobel. Motion to end debate is not debatable, and it requires a 2/3 vote. If you've heard enough, then you want to vote yes on this. If you still want to keep talking about it, you would vote no. All in favor of ending debate, please raise your cards. Thank you. All opposed? And debate is finished. This is a ballot vote. You should all have received a green yes/no ballot when you checked in. The ballot boxes, there's one over there, and there's one over there. It is now 8 o'clock on the nose. I will close the voting on this at about 9 o'clock. The ballot polls are now open. Take your seats, folks. Time to begin again. What do you... Yes, sir.
Yes, my name is Charles Wingate, Powers Road, Hollis, New Hampshire.
You have a voting card.
And I would like to make a motion that we bring up Article 9 out of order. We've been here almost approaching 2 hours, and I would appreciate that attention.
What was your last name, sir?
Wingate.
Wingate. Motion to bring up Article 9 out of order, seconded by, I heard a voice over here. Sir, your name? I can't hear you, sorry. Acoustics in here really are terrible.
Ryan Osenkowski, Osenkowski, Brookline.
Thank you. Charles Wingate. Is there discussion on bringing Article 9 forward to now? Yes, sir.
Jonathan Fontaine, Hollis. Just a clarification, as the rules were adopted, I believe we were supposed to take the articles in order. So would this count as an amendment to the rules to thereby break the ordering at which they were introduced?
This is a motion, if you want to get really technical, it's a motion to suspend the rules to allow an article to be taken out of order. But as I proposed, 2/3 vote allows this to happen.
Okay. My other comment against this would be, as was raised earlier by one of the gentlemen or commenters, we have a number of articles coming up that require 1-hour ballot box opens. Moving this article up may impact or lengthen this meeting, which I happen to not be in favor of. I'd rather tackle the primary articles before petition articles so that we can get through all the mandatory time windows.
All right, this motion to move Article 9 ahead requires a 2/3 vote. If you are in favor of moving Article 9 to now, please raise your cards. Thank you. If you are opposed, please raise your cards. I don't see how that could be a 2/3 vote, so we're staying where we are. Article 2. To see if the district will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $2,216,155 gross budget for the design, acquisition, and installation of energy conservation equipment, solar panels, and related building improvements at Hollis Brookline Middle School and Hollis Brookline High School, the project. To authorize $2,216,155 of such sum to be raised through the issuance of bonds or notes in accordance with the Municipal Finance Act, RSA Chapter 33. To authorize the school board to issue and negotiate such bonds or notes, and to determine the date, maturities, interest rate, and other details of such bonds or notes, and to authorize the school board to apply for, accept, and expend any federal, state, or private funds that may become available in respect of the project, to reduce the amount that must be bonded or to pay debt service on such bonds or notes, and to raise and appropriate the sum of $55,404 for the first year's principal and interest payment on the bonds or notes issued, a 3/5 ballot vote required. The estimated net tax impact is 1 cent a thousand for Hollis and a 2 cent a thousand for Brookline. The school board recommends this appropriation by a vote of 6-0-0. The Budget Committee recommends this appropriation 8-0-0. Voting will be by secret ballot. Polls will remain open for at least an hour. Requires a 3/5 majority to pass. Moved by Holly Durlow Babcock, seconded by Krista Whalen. Mr. Mann.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Move this along here. Thanks. Thank you. So I'm going to try to be as brief as possible here. So the what around the solar project is to install a 385 kilowatt roof-mounted solar array on the middle school, and to also install a 575 kilowatt roof-mounted solar array on the high school. These solar arrays would be very similar to what is currently being used on the Hollis Primary School and at the upper elementary school. The why is deploying the high efficiency HVAC equipment from Article 1 with a solar array to power them acts like what I look at it as like a magnifying factor. Producing power and operating the new HVAC systems at the same time there's demand for it. The proposed solar arrays are capable of offsetting 90% of the combined electrical costs for both schools. Solar arrays have roughly a 30 to 35 year functional lifespan, providing long-term cost savings well beyond the bond term. This solar array project is eligible for $565,000 worth in grants, or roughly about a quarter of the overall costs. Conservative estimates show roughly a 9-year payback on the arrays, and the electrical savings of over $4 million over its lifetime. And how would we fund that is through fund the whole $2.2 million through a 15-year bond. So this is the project broken down in a table format, and it shows the grants available and also the estimated annual savings of $142,203. With that, I'll pass it over to the Budget Committee to walk through some financial metrics.
As I mentioned earlier, this was one of the second project that, in moving from the public hearing to the meeting tonight, the school board shifted the funding mechanism, held the appropriate bond hearings, and we shifted from a municipal lease to bond funding. And as a result, we would be saving the district about $447,000 in interest payments over 15 years. Here's this chart again. Solar is in green and shows the incremental payments that average beginning in FY26 is another kind of small payment, interest only year. FY27 we move to the full payment. That's the year that it's at its highest, which would be a payment of $228,000. The average for across the years after the first interest-bearing year are $187,000 annually, with the lowest payment in the last year being reduced to $148,000. Here's the chart that breaks out the costs by town, where in the first year interest payment is 2 cents per thousand for each community, and the average annual for the outer years is 5 cents annual for each community. Thank you.
Article 2, is there discussion? Sir.
Jonathan Fontaine, Hollis, New Hampshire. When the cost expenditure for putting on solar, which I'm a fan of solar, was discussed, I have solar at my house, and one of the things I've noticed is its major production time is during the summer when school is not in session. And without a battery pack of some kind to carry the energy, it's not really consumed in the same way it would be when school's occupied. So when we talk about spending this amount of money and seeing a return on investment through cost savings, energy production, was it taken into account that 3 or 4 of those months out of the year may very well be what we had now, which is very low solar production due to snow covering of solar units or just a lack of sun in general, while student peak usage of lights and heating and other components are during the same months, right? So the darker it is, the more energy you're using, but the less the solar's producing. I ran into that myself, so.
The quick answer is yes, that was taken into account. New Hampshire has net metering, which allows you to use that, send that production when you're not using it back to the grid, get credited for that, and then use that to offset your future electric bill. So they can share among any electric bills in the co-op.
Okay, that makes sense. Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Dave Perry, 3 West Hollis Road, Hollis. Just a question about the 10% in energy that you're going to continue to pay and the cost of the bond. How does that compare to your current electric use? Is it more? Is it less? Is it the same? Can somebody answer that question for me? So you're paying 10% of your electricity still, and you're paying the bond. How does that compare to the current electric bill?
So I wish there was a nice clean answer to that question, because the way that New Hampshire Municipal Bond Bank works is you end up paying much higher rates during the first couple of years, and then that goes down every year as you pay off principal. The interest is only calculated on the remaining principal. So from an aggregate standpoint, over the life of this system, you're going to generate $4 million in savings. The first 2 years you're going to be in deficit, and do you have that number? Yep. Yes, right here. Yeah. So the first 2 years you're going to be in deficit. If you look at the annual net of 135, then 75. Then in year 3, you're going to be in a major surplus, because that's when the federal grant comes in, about $500,000. You return to a deficit of 57, then 50, then 42. The reason that's going down is because every year your bond payment goes down because you're only paying on the remaining principal interest. And then when you get down to year 15, you make your last bond payment. At that point, you're generating about $21,000 in positive income. Then years 16 through 25, you're generating $179,000 in positive revenue after that. So it's not an easy 20 grand. It changes every single year.
The kind of a second question. Thank you for that. Second question is net metering. This is all dependent on net metering and the formula for net metering. Can that change?
Yes. The net metering is set by the New Hampshire Public Utilities Commission. The Public Utilities Commission takes their direction from the legislature, so that could be amended at some point.
So there is a risk at some point in the future that the net metering will not be as beneficial as it is currently.
Yeah, or conversely,
Right.
in Maine, the net metering is much more positive than it is in New Hampshire. So
Okay, thank you.
Yes,
Pam
ma'am.
Hicks, 8 Maple Knoll Drive. I had a couple of questions.
You have a voting card.
The what?
Voting card.
Oh, God, it's on my chair. Is that all right? Can I?
Well, show it to me when you get back to your chair.
I can do that.
Please.
Thank you. So a couple of questions for the impacts of the roofs. Can you tell us if this poses any additional risks to the roofs? Does it shorten the roof life cycle of our roofs? Will it, let's see, the cost to dispose of these? I know you had said how many years these solar panels should last. Just a little bit more information about what these impacts are.
So before we proposed a solar system on the roofs, we inspected each roof structurally to make sure that these roofs could handle it, and we inspected the roofs. The high school roofs have sufficient life remaining on them that over that 25-year period, you won't have to replace the roofs that we'll place it on. At the middle school, we will wait until the roofs are replaced and work within the CIP fund to replace aging roofs so that we're only putting them on newer roofs at the middle school. And so we validated that these roofs could handle the solar system from a structural. They will not impact the warranty, and they will not provide any excess damage. There's very few penetrations with this system. It's a ballasted system that will be on top of the roof, so it's not like we're penetrating the roof at each penetration. Disposal. The disposal will be 30 years from now, and it would be inappropriate for me to guess at the disposal cost in 30 years, but it would most likely be part of a roof project in 30 years.
Okay, so the bottom line is it will significantly add to the replacement costs for any of the roofs that have solar on them.
Yeah, there will be a disposal cost for sure in 30 years when their roofs are disposed.
Is there any estimate as to additional costs? Because you know these roofs they're millions of dollars, and if we're going to be having to take solar off, what are we looking at?
The
For full
problem with
disclosure.
estimating 30 years out is that the inflationary pressures, it would be a wild guess.
So say today, if you had to replace a roof and you had to take the solar off, what additional costs would we be looking at? Because that could happen. We could have a roof failure. There could be a weather event, something along those lines.
Yeah, so I had one experience where we had to take a solar system off at Virgins High School in Vermont when they had hurricane force winds, and we had about a $20,000 impact at that high school at that time. That was a smaller system, so if you're putting me on the spot, I'd say 50 to 60,000 of additional disposal costs, and then there's an inflationary pressure 30 years from now.
All right, I know. Not a huge fan of solar at this point. It's not recyclable. It's done with not responsible ways as far as manufacturing. It's all done with coal-powered plants. We don't do it here. The technology is coming. I hope we vote no. There's going to be much better down the road that I'd very much encourage us to, invest in, but not at this point in time. Thank you.
Show me your voting card, please. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Rob Rushton, Brookline. In the spirit of the last of the questions there, we know that technology does improve somewhat over time. The types of panels that are anticipated here, what are projections for increases in efficiency or anything like that? Is it actually worth any delay, or should we grab when we get it?
So I've been doing primarily energy improvement projects in New Hampshire for 15 years now, primarily in schools. And in that 15 years, the improvement on solar production is very minimal. So if you wait, unlike lighting, so any of us who's been in the lighting world, we saw in our lifetime moving from incandescent 60 watts to 18 watts in fluorescent to 7 watts for LED. Solar has not seen that monumental growth because you're relying on the technology just hasn't changed drastically. There's minimal improvements. The reason that if you wanted to do it, I would do it now and not wait, is the Inflation Reduction Act paying 25.5%. That's what might not be there in the future. So So the reason that we had been recommending solar now is because of this very significant direct payment from the federal government to do it now.
Thanks. You anticipated my, my next point, which would be that we cannot guarantee that grant monies will be available in even the near term, and that's an important consideration. Thank you.
Mr. Garuba.
Joe Garuba, 28 Winchester Drive. So it's my understanding that the funding for this is 100% EV. Is that correct?
Yes.
So when we look at the slide says 2 cents per thousand for Hollis and Brookline, and the previous slide that we saw for the out years showed 4 cents per thousand for Hollis and Brookline. So that would lead you to believe, looking at the slides, that this is equally split between Hollis and Brookline, but my understanding of the EV formula is that there is a different fraction that's applied. So maybe we could, let's say, assuming the equalized valuation that we have now continues out through the bond, what would the difference in cost be between the two towns? Because I think this kind of represents that it's 50-50, but I don't think it really works out that way.
When you're calculating tax rates using 100% equalized value, the proportionality between the two towns ensures the consistency between the rates. So, as I mentioned before, just because it isn't an exact. I put in 6832. If it was 68176532, and I carried out all those decimal points, the rates might be exactly equal. I hard-coded a 68 and 32, and that's why the rates are coming out at that, 1.61 cents, which rounds to 2 cents per thousand, and 1.50 cents, which rounds to 2 cents per thousand. So the rates themselves are the same. Like, essentially, it's the same impact.
So would it be accurate if I was going to make the assumption that the valuations were going to stay the same, to simply multiply the amount of the bond here times 68.68 and assume that Hollis would pay that throughout the life of the program?
Well, I have on the bottom the cumulative effect over the 15-year period for solar, which is 83 cents per thousand for Hollis and 78 cents per thousand for Brookline. Again, assuming a stagnant equalized value distribution, that will not be stagnant for 15 years.
You can't predict that, but.
Tax bases will change, be revalued, all of those things. So, using today to project out, the net effect of the cumulative tax rate impact for solar would be 83 cents per thousand over the 15-year period, and for Brookline, 78 cents per thousand.
Thank you very much, Darlene.
Yes, sir.
Steve Edelson, 52 Crestwood Drive, Hollis.
Yep.
I'm also the chair of the Hollis Energy Committee, and I'd like to point out that there's very rare instances when the public gets to invest in something that has a positive return financially and improves our lifestyle. And we have a case in point here in town. We put in the solar at the elementary school about 7.5 years ago. The complete payback on that system is about a year from now. So it's proven to be pay for itself faster than anticipated. I'd also point out, I think Mike's estimates are ultra conservative. He hasn't factored in energy costs have gone up 1.5% per year for electricity forever. So it's more like about $200,000 a year in savings. I don't know how we can't do this. I mean, it's positive cash flow after the third year and prints money. So anyways, that's my 2 cents.
Yes, sir.
Adam Jacobs, Hollis. I'm also on the Energy Committee, and just to put a personal touch on this, I put a solar system on my house 7 years ago, and I pay zero for electricity. I've saved thousands of dollars a year, and the district will do the same for the foreseeable future, and that just insulates you from the cost of energy going up in an unforeseen way, because you really don't know what it's going to do. So I think if we don't do this, we're shooting ourselves in the foot. It's a great opportunity, and I vote everybody to say yes to this.
Mr. Butow.
Brandon Butow, 11 Buttonwood Drive, Hollis. I would like to move the question.
Okay. This is a motion to end debate. Is there a second? Mr. Hyde. It is not debatable, requires a 2/3 vote, and if it passes, then debate is done. If you are in favor of ending debate on Article 2, please raise your cards. Thank you. If you are opposed, please raise your cards. And the ayes have it. We are now moving to vote on Article 2. No, you don't. If you have not received a tan card, you can get one by going to the ballot clerks. We are still accepting votes for Article 1, so make sure you put your card in the right box. Requires a 3/5 vote. It is now 8:38, so I will end voting on this one at 9:38. The polls are now open. Let us move on, please. Take your seats. Article 3, the school operating budget. To see if the school district will vote to raise and appropriate a sum of $31,160,427 for the support of schools, for payment of salaries for the school district officials and agents for the payment of statutory obligations of the district. This appropriation does not include appropriations voted in other warrant articles. Majority vote required. Estimated net tax impact $9.31 a thousand for Brookline, $6.02 a thousand for Hollis. The school board recommends this Article 600. The Budget Committee recommends this Article 800. Moved by Darlene Mann, seconded by Holly Durlew Babcock. At this time, I am going to request a motion from the school board to table this until we have the results from Article 1, because it makes a $900,000 difference in what the amount we're raising for the operating budget. So a motion to table only requires a simple majority, moved by Holly Durlew Babcock, seconded by Darlene Mann. If you are willing to table this article for the time being, please raise your cards. Thank you. If you are opposed, raise your cards. And the motion is tabled. We will move right on to Article 4. Article 4 is a collective bargaining agreement with the Hollis Education Support Staff Association. To see if the school district will vote to approve the cost items for the first year of a 3-year collective bargaining agreement reached between the Hollis Brookline Cooperative School Board and the Hollis Education Support Staff Association for the 2025-26 26-27 and 27-28 school years, which calls for the following increases in support staff salaries and benefits at the current staffing levels. For fiscal year 2025-26, $133,419. And further to raise and appropriate a sum of $133,419 for the first fiscal year 2025-26 school year, such sum representing the additional costs attributable to the increase in support staff salaries and benefits required by the new agreement over those that would be paid at current staffing levels. Majority vote required. Estimated net tax impact 3 cents a thousand for Hollis and 5 cents a thousand for Brookline. The school board recommends this Article 600. The Budget Committee recommends this Article 70 with 1 abstention. Moved by Holly Durlew Babcock, seconded by Krista Whalen. Ms. Whalen.
Hey, guess what? We got a card vote. This is an easy one. I just want to explain the HESA membership so everyone understands who is in the support staff or who's included. It's our administrative assistants, our custodians, our food service, and our paraprofessionals. Very essential members of our school community. Oops. The contract highlights. We have in the first year, actually all 3 years, but the first year the salary increase of 2.75% plus a step for all the people that are on step, and a salary increase of 3.4% off step. The insurance cap increase, keep in mind this is a cap, so we are keeping that at a cap, not a percentage, is $93 a month for single, $164 for two-person, and $291 for family. It is a non-standardized contract, which means that every year it will come in front of the voters, in front of the taxpayers to vote on. Also, just so you know, the tables start at about $15 an hour, and then at the highest step and level, we're at about $26 an hour currently. Whoops, sorry. So these are the 3 years. So for the total cost for the year that we're voting on this year is $84,642 increase in salary, $48,777 in health caps, and $133,419 total. That's what we're voting on for this year. There's also 56 people in our HESA contracts, in our HESA support staff. So thank you. I hope we can count on your support.
Article 4. Is there discussion on Article 4? This is the moderator step program. Mr. Power.
Yes, Eric Power, Westview Road, Brookline. I appreciate that this contract is not standardized, and I always prefer that. I think that's better because it's better for both the employees and the school district in case economic conditions change. But one of the concerns I have is that, you know, we have a Brookline support staff, and they always say, well, we have to catch up to the co-op. And when we get to the co-op, we get this argument that we have to catch up to Brookline and Hollis. And so it's this ever-ending comparison to keep the supports contract the best among the 3 districts, and it just really results in escalating costs. And, you know, for those reasons, I'm going to be voting no on this, and I hope that you do too, because we can't keep having these costs escalating by competing against other districts. Thank you.
I see a voting card.
Voting card.
Thank you.
I was wondering if you could just tell us what the percentage is for in between the steps, and also explain what the health cap is.
I'm sorry, I heard the first question about the difference between the steps. It's about a 4 to 5% increase with the 2.75 plus their step. So it's about a 4 to 5% increase.
So so my question was, what is the percentage in between the steps, not with the additional COLA on top of?
It's about a 1 to 2%.
1 to 2%,
Yeah.
okay. And then what if you can explain the health cap?
The health cap means that the district pays a certain amount. I think we're at $960 approximately for single. So we pay $960 and the employee pays the rest of whatever the insurance is. Currently, we pay about 97% of single. It's about 90% or 85%. I'm sorry, I have it all written. 85% for two-person, and I think 80% for family. We don't pay percentages, but that's what the caps come out to.
All right, so that's what it's working out to. So the district is covering what you just said, at the least amount for a family plan would be 80% of the total insurance costs?
We pay for 80% approximately, they pay for 20,
Okay.
yes.
All right, no, that is significant. I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Thanks.
Ms. Chandley.
Marianne Chandley, Buttonwood Drive, Hollis. Support staff consists of custodians, food service, paraprofessionals. Who am I missing? Anybody? Secretarial?
Food service.
Food service, secretarial. And it starts at $15 an hour?
It's about $15.50.
$15.50. I personally feel that's too low for a floor, because these are the people in the schools with our kids. I would like to have people who are applying for these jobs feel a little more competition, so we can get really great kid-oriented people in those jobs. I would definitely vote for a raise for these people.
Thank you.
Is there further discussion on this article? Seeing none, I would like to count this vote because it is a collective bargaining agreement. So, Melinda, can you have the counters ready? Thank you. If you're in favor of approving this collective bargaining agreement, please raise your cards. Thank you. If you are opposed to this collective bargaining agreement, please raise your cards. Thank you. You may put them down. And the vote is 193 yes and 52 no. The contract is approved. It is now after 9 o'clock, and we can close voting on Article 1. So we are still voting on Article 2. At this time, I don't think it will take the counters all that long to come up with a result on Article 1. So I would like to request a motion to take Article 3 off the table. Moved by Holly Durlow Babcock, seconded by Darlene Mann. So we will start talking about this, and we will have the results from the vote before we are done discussing the budget, and we'll know whether we need to amend it. All in favor of taking this article off the table, please raise your cards. Thank you. All opposed, raise your cards, and the ayes have it. I've already read it. Ms. Mann.
So As we've said several times this evening, based on the outcome of the first vote, would make an adjustment to reduce the budget by $915,000. If the vote fails, we would be looking at an operating budget of $31,160,427, which is a 6.3% increase. If we do make the adjustment down by $915,000, we would be at 3.2% year-over-year increase. Those increases are broken out into several categories. Oh, I would like to say, I should have said this earlier, just to give you an understanding of a little bit about our budget process. I would like to start with that. The Budget Committee starts reviewing budgets with the administration in September. So we have a minimum 4 and sometimes 5 different reviews. We do put together in October a preliminary guidance view. So that is a target that we put forward to the Budget Committee. We have actually a two-stage process that we go through that looks at the last passed budget and adjustments that were approved for the current budget that we're in, and CPI adjustments and known increases that we are anticipating for FY26. And we also look at working with the current budget that we're in and making adjustments for CPI and things like that in contracts. And we run these concurrent processes to come up with a guidance view. We've been doing the concurrent processes probably for 3 to 4 years, and what we find in doing that is that we come relatively close, whether we're calculating from FY24 actuals with changes for FY25 and anticipated changes for 26, and from FY25 and anticipated changes from 26. We become close enough so that we use the process that looks at the current budget that we're in and makes adjustments. We apply CPI to a number that is less than half of the budget that we're looking at. For various reasons, the budget gets reduced, including known CBA, known adjustments from previously passed collective bargaining agreements. We remove NHR and New Hampshire retirement system costs from a CPI adjustment because of rate changes and things like that. New Hampshire retirement system might have its own set of factors that affect the level that it'll be in a year going forward. And in doing so, we come up with a factor that we apply to this smaller budget base, and we come up with a guidance number. And this year as well, when the school board came back with their first view, they were over that guidance figure. And as we worked through the process, they came in under guidance with the budget the operating budget that's being presented to you this evening. So I would just like to put that out there. So as I said, if we make the adjustment to the operating budget, we would be looking at a 3.2% increase from the current budget that we're working with right now. Some of the expense categories that are include staff, academics, technology, and maintenance and safety. For staff, for student services, we're removing an outsourced program that we pay contracted fees for and bringing that program in-house. So there is some savings, but because we're sharing a resource between the high school and the middle school, there are savings at the high school level, but on a net basis between the two head count we would be hiring and the program we would no longer be paying for, the costs come pretty close to canceling each other out. From academics, we'll be looking at replacing classroom equipment and more textbooks. We have a phased Chromebook, laptop, and flat panel replacement system so that we can kind of manage those costs and replacements over time. We'll be updating firewall security and doing the normal maintenance and safety items for both the high school and the middle school that include, again, in many of these cases, phased work for improving flooring, ductwork, replacing windows, painting classrooms, replacing ceiling tiles, working on speed bumps through the parking lots, and making those types of adjustments. So when we're looking at major increases and decreases, We are looking at a increase in GMR of over 8%, and we'll be seeing a $317,000 increase in our benefits costs. There is also an increase in our dental insurance of 5%. Student service program changes in transportation, we'll see increases of just about $661,000. See some field maintenance and uniform purchases that are $77,000 higher than the current year. Again, restating just over $300,000 on middle school and high school, just maintenance of internal items and externally, like speed bumps in the parking lots. New items include some curriculum changes and the materials that are needed for that, revising the stipend structure for some of our staff, software purchases, and again, classroom furniture and equipment. We'll be replacing computers, but the amount that is in the budget going forward is less than the amount from the current year, so that replacement computer item is down just about $34,000. We've completed some significant projects at the high school, so since we're not carrying that cost forward, our buildings and grounds is down by $588,000, and we have fewer planned retirements as we go into FY26.
Thank you. Is there discussion on the budget? Mr. Power.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Eric Power, Westview Road, Brookline. I've been looking at this budget and the school attendance over time, and if we go back to FY20, 6 years ago, against the NESDEC projection of next year having 1,111 students, from FY20 we've lost 128 students in the co-op. That's over 10.3%. If we go back to FY10, we had 1,376 students, so we've lost 265 students, about almost 20%, 19.3% reduction. So we clearly have a declining enrollment trend, both long-term and medium-term. But you look at our budget, has gone up from FY10, it's gone up 75%, and in the past 5 years, it's gone up 36%, despite the reduction of 10% in students and 20% in the long term. So down 20% students, up 75% in the spending. That's not the right direction. Now, given there is some inflation there, but the inflation isn't going to be 75%, especially when you have less students. This operating budget, in my opinion, is out of control. We've been adding more staff, more classes, more clubs. We've increased stipends. It's the wrong thing to do. And we need to get back to a sustainable budget that's based on, reducing the budget when you have less students and increasing, and also increasing it at the rate of inflation. And for that reason, I wanted to make a motion to amend Article 3 to a new figure of $27,533,468. $27,533,468.
Okay, I'm going to negotiate with you because I have the results of the bond issue and it passed. So I'm going to let you make that amendment based on the new number, if that's all right.
Can you tell us the results of the bond, I guess?
Yes, I will. The results of voting on Article 1 were 230 yes and 91 no. So the article bond issue passed. So getting ahead of myself a little bit, I would like to invite a motion from the school board and the budget committee to reduce the total. So if you're willing to let me proceed this way.
As long as I still get to hear my motion.
You absolutely get to, and you can apply it to the new total rather than this one.
Drew, we'd like to make an amendment to reduce the budget by $915,000, and the new number for the budget would be $30,245,427.
Tell me that number again, 30?
So we'll be dropping it 915,000, and the new number is $30,245,427.
Okay.
Second by Rob.
Is this the slide? There, Lynn. Okay. This is a reduction of $915,000 on the budget. The motion on the floor at the moment, thank you, Mr. Power, is to reduce the budget to $30,245,427. Moved by Darlene Mann, seconded by Holly Durlow Babcock. Is there discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all in favor of this amendment, please raise your hearts. Thank you. All opposed, raise your cards. Okay, this passes. Now, Mr. Power, do you have a new total for me?
Mr. Moderator, I do not have a new total. My same number still applies. It's not affected by the change in the first amendment to the operating budget.
Okay.
So my motion is to move the operating budget to a new proposed total of $27,533,468. And I'd like to speak to the motion briefly, if I get a second.
Is there a second to Mr. Power's motion? I heard, yes, sir. Mr. Staubel, is that right? Mr. Power.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. This figure comes from over the past 2 years, the 5.5% inflation rate that we've had by CPIU, and then also a reduction from that of 1.5% to equate for the loss of students of about 1.5% that we've had. And so that's how the figure comes out, starting with the FY24 operating budget, which was a healthy budget at almost $26.5 million, not quite, but close. And that's where I come up with a roughly $27.5 million budget to keep us in line with changes in student attendance as well as the inflation rate so that we keep up with inflation. Thank you.
Discussion on the motion. Seeing none, we are voting on a motion to reduce the school operating budget to $27,533,468. All in favor of reducing the budget, as I just said, please raise your cards. All opposed? And the noes have it. Discussion on the budget as of the revised figure of 30 million and stuff. Mr. Garuba.
Okay, so one of the items that is added into the budget is $16,000 for 2 new speed bumps. So my question is there a statutory requirement that we install these speed bumps, or do we have to do this year?
I heard, here we go. Mr. Corey.
It is not statutory. You don't have to do it this year, but we are concerned about the high rate of speed of people going in and out of the parking lot, from students to the adults that pick them up.
Okay, so that hasn't changed, though, in the lifetime of the school, right? I mean, there's no specific change that would
No, there's nothing that requires it. It's more we view it as a safety issue.
Okay. Okay, so I would like to make a motion to amend. I would like to move that we amend the budget by reducing it $16,000. So the current number that we're at is $30,245,427, and my amendment is to reduce that by $16,000 to $30,229,427.
You understand that while you can affect the total, it is up to the school board what they actually spend it on.
Yes, it certainly is up to the school board. I would hope they would consider postponing that. There is quite a large budget increase for everybody here. People aren't really getting 7% raises at their jobs. So if this amendment passes, the school board is free to choose how to apportion that money, but I would like to see them forego the speed bumps for this year.
Is there a second to this motion? Mr. Power. Is there discussion on the motion?
No, I think I've made my points. Thank you.
All right. All in favor of amendment to reduce the budget to $30,229,427, please raise your card. Thank you. All opposed, raise your cards. And the noes have it. Ms. Homola.
Hi, Sue Homola, Hollis. I just have a comment. I know a lot of people are very concerned about property taxes. We're really concerned about the escalating costs of things. And I was looking on New Hampshire's Department of Education website today, and here's the things that I learned. I learned that as far as how we pay our staff, as far as principals go, we pay our rate is the top 7% of all of New Hampshire. The average teacher salary is the top 17% of all of New Hampshire. The starting teacher salary is the top 20th% of all of New Hampshire. And the SAU senior, or the SAU staff is the top 24% of all of New Hampshire. And one of the things that I'm concerned about, I appreciate the teachers and the quality they have. The one thing I'm very concerned about is that from 2010 to 2024, our non-proficiency in math has doubled. Our non-proficiency in reading has doubled. So in math, and here in 2024, 38% of our students on standardized tests are not proficient in math. In reading, 23% of our students are not proficient in math. And in science, 48% of our students are not proficient in math. Now, some would say that maybe that's a COVID problem, but actually from 2010 to 2016 is where we really saw a doubling of proficiency. The one thing is each of us as taxpayers are invested in our students' performance. And the one thing that I just don't hear a lot of discussion on is that we talk about raises, we talk about green energy, we talk about boilers, but what are we doing to help our students to be more proficient? And why aren't we having those conversations? Because as investors, I feel like that we're not getting that return on investment in our students' education. Thank you.
Hi, Drew. I just want to answer a question. So you asked why we aren't talking about that. We don't talk about those things in this meeting, but we talk about those things every single month in our school board meetings. We talk about curriculum, we talk about programming, we talk about our students, we talk about that. It's this business meeting is about the operation of the school district.
So I guess my follow-on to that is, from 2010 to now, we have doubled the cost per student of what it takes to educate a child, but our proficiency rates are bottoming out.
And I will put that on the agenda for our monthly meeting next month, and we'd happy to have you all watch and listen to our conversation about that, because that's a pretty complicated conversation to have when you look at cohorts and you look at all the different pieces that go into testing and you look at different things. So
I know that we can make this complicated by talking about cohorts, but well, what I'm saying though is that I'm concerned.
Let's move on.
I'm concerned that we're not investing. We don't have something in place that we're missing out on our
Finish
student
up, Sue.
achievement.
Thank you. Mr. Butow.
Brandon Buteau, Buttonwood Drive. I would like to move to restrict reconsideration of Articles 1 and Article 4.
Motion to restrict reconsideration of Articles 1 and 4. I heard a Mr. Mann. If you are in favor of restricting reconsideration on Articles 1 and 4, please raise your cards. If you are opposed, raise your cards. Thank you. And Articles 1 and 4 are restricted. Mr. Power.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Eric Power, Westview Road. I wanted to mention some things about proficiency as well. I find it interesting in this handout that we get here that we see proficiency scores for the 7th and 8th grade, but when we get to the 11th grade, we do not have those. We just show some PSAT scores. And the real numbers are available on the DOE website, and I know how to find them. They're not easy to find. But we are doing okay in reading and writing. Of our 11th graders, 89% are proficient, so we're leaving 11% behind. But in math, it's very concerning. We only have 60% proficiency in math in our 11th graders that are getting ready to graduate. And when you look at our science, that's not even mentioned here at all, we only have 52% proficiency in science. So in science and math, we have 40% of students in 11th grade that aren't proficient in math, and we have 48% that aren't proficient in science. Yet we're spending all this money. And how much more money do we have to spend to try to improve that? It's not working. When I was on the school board, this was a concern of mine, and it still is a concern of mine because we're spending a lot of money and we're not getting the results. So that's why I think you need to look at we're over $30 million now for an operating budget. That's a crazy number, and I recommend voting no and also having a lower number because I think we are not getting what we expected out of the investment that we're making with this school. So thank you.
Ms. Chandler.
Marianne Shanley, Buttonwood Drive in Hollis. I would like to somewhat echo what Holly just said. Kids are complicated, and school is not anymore just a matter of them sitting in a room and having the ability to read and the ability to do math rammed into them so that they can regurgitate it onto a test. It's a lot more nuanced just with the kids themselves. Never mind the subject matter, what people have to teach with, what the different criteria for success or failure is, the whole bureaucracy, the whole paperwork problem. I say problem just because I don't like paperwork. We need to focus on what the kids need. Not just saying, okay, they're going to school for 6 hours and we're spitting out this number of proficiency. Are they getting the support they need? Are they getting the kinds of teaching that help them learn? I have no problem with adding different classes, adding more clubs, giving stipends to professionals who are willing to staff those clubs and teach those classes if it's going to help these kids be successful as adults, be well-rounded, well-adjusted, helpful, positive people who can help move this world forward.
Yes, sir.
Dave Perry, 3 West Hollis, Hollis Road, West Hollis Road, Hollis. Thank you. We are spending a lot of money, and I don't think our results reflect it, but that's really not what I wanted to ask. Typically, across the country, public or government pensions are not very well funded. Can somebody tell me about how well funded the pensions that our employees participate in, and does it meet some of the ERISA standards? 80% benefit or 80% of funding the liabilities? Can somebody talk to me about that? How well funded are the pensions? And is there a risk, which is what my point is there a risk that with a bad market or some other things that the pension plan can't fulfill its liabilities?
Who wants to? All right, Darlene.
The New Hampshire retirement system sets rates on a 2-year cycle. A large percentage of those rates are paying back over the equivalent of a 30-year mortgage, money that was taken out of the fund, the pension fund, 12 to 15 years ago. I think we're probably about halfway through. So over a 30-year period, districts and employers throughout the state are paying rates to not only cover the pensions of our staff, but to cover and pay back the amount that was removed. So what we're just starting to see in the most recent 2 cycles are some slight decreases in the rates. So the rates are set, they're in place for 2 years, then they're set again and in place for 2 years. Every staff member is responsible for contributing 7% of their salary to the New Hampshire retirement system, in addition to what the district is putting forward.
Okay, that doesn't answer my question.
Okay, that's about as far as I can go.
Yeah, okay. Typically, a pension fund, you can say it's 80% funded, 100% funded. So if it's the New Hampshire system, I think it's probably around 60, which is a bad number. But okay, it doesn't sound like anybody has the answer for me. All right, thank you.
Ms. St. John.
Yep, Michelle St. John, Orchard Drive, Hollis. First, I just want to say thank you to the board and to the budget committee and to the administration for the work that they spend all year in presenting the operating budget to us. The second thing I'd like to say is, as a parent of a 2023 graduate and a soon-to-be 2025 graduate, I know that my son's classmates, both of my son's classmates, are either attending excellent universities and institutions, and it wasn't because they did poorly. They reflected poorly. People learn differently. We all know that neurodiversity exists and how people process, take in, and share information learned. So we have U.S. military graduate students, we have U.S. Navy students this year. We have students who excel in athletics and are playing at D2, D3, possibly D1, I cannot remember that far. So before you all say that our students aren't meeting requirements, think about all the people who are succeeding. There are individuals in our district who are graduates who are in apprentice programs who have chosen to go directly into the military, and they're living their lives, and they have gotten a great education thanks to the teachers, thanks to the support from the community. So I support the operating budget at its full amount. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Brian Loveland, Toddy Brook Road, and I just want to come out in support of this budget. This historically, and with this budget, the school board has put together a budget where our average cost per pupil is lower than the state average, while we consistently outperform and have, I think, in the top 5 of the state for high schools. This is paying less than average for superior results is what everyone hopes and dreams about. Just because the education that I got when I was in Hollis Brookline High School back a few decades ago was completely different. So you can't compare what happened, what we got when I graduated versus what the children get now. They are getting the most dynamic education, and I'm so jealous of all of the attributes just outside of not the basics that they've gotten, where they have so many choices of humanities, math, science, and extracurriculars. And I support this budget. Thank you.
Mr. Hyde.
Chris Hyde, Arbor Lane. I would like to move the question.
It's a motion to end debate. Is there a second? Mr. Belanger. This requires a 2/3 vote. If you are in favor of ending debate, please raise your cards. Thank you. If you are opposed, please raise your cards. And the ayes have it. At this time, we are going to count this ballot. This is not a secret ballot, just a card ballot. So I want to count the vote on the budget. You ready? If you're in favor of the operating budget at $30,245,427, please raise your cards. All right, lower, you can put them down. If you are opposed to this budget, please raise your cards. All right, thank you. The vote is 182 yes and 66 no. The article passes. We've done Article 4, so we're going on to Article 5, which is the SAU budget. Now, this is another ballot vote, but this is not a 1-hour vote. This is just vote them and then we can move on. Shall the district vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $1,171,278 as the Hollis Brookline Cooperative School District's portion of the SAU budget of $2,438,355 for the forthcoming fiscal year? This year's adjusted budget of $2,389,654 with $1,147,855 assigned to the school budget of this school district will be adopted if the article does not receive a majority vote of all the school district voters voting in this school administrative unit. Estimated net tax impact is 44 cents a thousand for Brookline and 28 cents a thousand for Hollis. The school board recommends this Article 600. The Budget Committee recommends this Article 800. Voting will be by secret ballot. It is simply a simple majority of all 3 districts combined. There's no extended voting on here. The polls will open only until all the voters here have voted. Moved by Holly Durlow Babcock, seconded by Krista Whalen. This is a chance that you can get to vote twice if you vote here and also in your regular school district. Mr. Mann. Can you see this? Can you see that?
I have it.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
We're not voting yet, you know. You can get your card, but we're not voting yet. Try aiming it here.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'm just going to run through some major points of the SAU budget.
We're still in session and we haven't opened the polls yet. Please let the speaker speak.
I serve as the SAU treasurer, and in that capacity, I also bring together the SAU Budget Committee, and we are charged to bring a budget forward in December to the school board, where we hold a public hearing to review and approve the budget. As part of the co-op allocation for this budget, it is $1,171,278, which is a 1% or 0.1% increase over the previous fiscal year. The adjusted budget is at $1,147,885. The specific drivers around the budget and its 0.1 increase to the co-op is basically around salaries and benefits. The aggregate of salaries is a increase of $12,326, and that's mainly due to 4% increases and projected savings of $31,000 due to turnover in the superintendent and assistant superintendent position. And in benefits, we're seeing a reduction of $5,456, and that's due to the aggregate of the health insurance rates of a 8.9 increase, dental insurance at a 5% increase, and a decrease in NHRS. And that's what I have.
Discussion on the article. Yes, ma'am.
Susan Haight, South Main Street, Brookline. Historically, the SAU budget has been increasing without control. There is, as you said, a public hearing in December, but nowhere in this book is there a detailed budget. And nowhere in print is there a detailed budget, and I couldn't find a detailed budget on the website. So what I would like to see happen is in the future, a detailed budget be put in with the rest of the budgets for the school district.
I want to say that's difficult to do
Why?
due to printing timelines and deadlines versus when we have a budget. Is that true? It is? So, yeah, I'm
But
correct.
how is it that the Hollis budget, the Brookline budget, and the co-op budget get into the town reports?
I don't know.
And the SAU budget
I don't know.
isn't?
I don't
So
cover
that's
those
what I would like to
districts.
see happen, so
Yeah.
we could see and be educated on what exactly makes up the SAU budget, since we have no control over what happens with that budget. We have no control over how many staff are employed through the SAU. Having been involved in this district for the last 50 years, having been a student, raised my kids here, this budget is just always out of control, and I don't know how the taxpayers can get a handle on it other than through the people we elect. So I would just like to see that.
Okay, well, as I said, we do have a public hearing that unfortunately no one attends, and that we very much promote and make sure that we're posting that. And I can tell you, I've been doing this since 2007, and I can count maybe 4 people that have ever gone to the public hearing in that time frame. So no one comes to it.
Well, I wasn't aware that it was out there, so I don't know how many
It's
other people.
posted on our website.
All right, so
like
I
every
will,
other
I will
meeting
be
that we have.
attending. Thank you.
Every meeting we have is posted.
Mr. Power.
Yes, I am one of the people that has gone to this budget hearing in previous years. This budget is going to be available earliest, so I don't know why it's not in the town report, but that's not really my point here. We're spending $2.4 million on this SAU budget. I hear we have 17 or 18 people working there. We have, back in 2007, we had 9 people in the SAU, so we have about double that, and we have 15% less students. If you think about this budget of $2.4 million, and you look at our entire Hollis, Brookline, and Co-op with 2,300, and the projected NESDEC is 2,322 students, so just over 2,300 students. If you divide that out, this budget, you have an overhead of $1,050 for every student K through 12 that's in SAU 41. That's a lot of money. Our current superintendent is paid number 2 in the state at $197,000 a year. We are paying a lot of money for this administration. I don't think we're seeing it in the test scores. That's the primary way to look and see if we're being successful, which I think is an important metric. So there's a small difference between the adjusted budget and the default budget, and I would recommend everybody vote no so we can get the slightly smaller adjusted budget and start bringing the SAU budget a little bit more under control. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Brian Loveland, Toddy Brook Road, and I urge people to vote yes on this budget. The amount of regulatory and paperwork and overhead that's required of the SAU is astronomical, where each year there's more and more regulations that need to be reviewed and applied to make sure that all the needs are being met. It's not a simple X number of students equals Y number of cost. It's something that it's very hard, and to reference an earlier speaker's point, is that the test scores are not the only, they are one attribute of it. The school system gets continually ranked as top 5 in the state. So people saying that it's a failing school or that they're not measuring up are sadly mistaken. The SAU has done an admirable job now weighing all of the attributes to make sure that they deliver a great product at a lower than average cost. Thank you.
Seeing no more discussion, it's time to vote on this. This is a ballot vote. If you don't have a ballot, you can get one from the clerk. The polls on this one are open, and we will close them as soon as people are done voting. It has, but I only have so much staff. Has everyone in the room voted on Article 5 that wants to? Article 5, Article 5. Anyone still voting on Article 5? Thank you. Still voting, all right. We'll keep going for a little while, a few more minutes. Has everyone had a chance to vote on Article 5 that wishes to? Seeing no one still voting, I'm closing the polls on Article 5. Mr. Buteau.
Move to restrict reconsideration of Article 3.
Motion to restrict reconsideration of Article 3, moved by Mr. Buteau, seconded by Mr. Hyde. If you are in favor of restricting reconsideration of Article 3, please raise your cards. Thank you. If you are opposed, raise your cards. Article 3 is restricted. Article 6. School Building and Facilities Maintenance Expendable Trust. To see if the school district will vote to raise and appropriate up to the sum of $300,000 to be added to the previously established School Building and Facilities Maintenance Expendable Trust Fund. The sum to come from the Hollis Brookline Cooperative School District's June 30, 2025 unassigned fund balance available on July 1, 2025. Majority vote required. Estimated net tax impact 0. Potential foregone tax reduction of 7 cents a thousand for Hollis and 11 cents a thousand for Brookline. The school board recommends this Article 600. The Budget Committee recommends this Article 800, moved by Holly Durlow Babcock, seconded by Krista Whalen. Ms. Babcock.
Great. Thank you. The purpose of our maintenance fund is it's a standalone account to segregate funds for major maintenance and allow carryover to spread costs over multiple budget cycles. It alleviates major financial spikes due to non-routine maintenance costs. The funding for this maintenance fund would be out of the unassigned fund balance, or you would call it the surplus. There is oversight. Major expenditures are proposed by the administration. The school board evaluates that after a public hearing, and then the school board makes a final approval on expenditures. Drew, can you just click? Thanks. Okay. In FY26, we would have a beginning balance of $158,069. We're proposing, the possible funding would be to do the second year of the elevator at the high school for $68,000. The roof would be phase 10 of 10 at the high school for $80,000, and we would be beginning the roof at the middle school, which would be phase 1 of 5 for $150,000. So if you approve this $300,000, we would add that to the fund. We would take those, potentially take those projects out, and we would be ending with a balance pretty similar to what we have now at $160,000 and $69,000. Just for your information, there is an additional about $302,000 in facilities maintenance items included in the operating budget already.
Thank you. Is there any discussion on Article 6? Yes, sir.
Rob Rushton, Flint Meadow Drive, Brookline. One of the things that seems to happen for these funds is that a certain amount, again, from the unexpended funds, is slated to be expended during the next year. And in some cases, that might be a better use of our money to just bring it forward as a warrant article saying, we want to do these things next year. Let's just allocate the resources to do that. Now, if we are talking about things that will take a span of 2 to 5 years, say, then adding to a fund like this may be much more appropriate. I'm not proposing any changes, and I would support this article this year, but I would suggest that in future years that if the funds which you anticipate having available at the end of the year do in fact expect to be expended in the following year, that we simply appropriate them and raise them according to taxation. Thank you.
Mr. Power.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Eric Power, Westview Road, Brookline, speaking against this article. For those who aren't aware, we have 3 ways that the school board retains funds that we have currently. We have 2 as warrant articles this year. Then we also have a thing called a retained fund balance, which I believe is set at about 2.5%. So last calculation I saw that was somewhere in the $500,000, maybe a little higher range of the net assessment. So 2.5% of the net assessment you can keep back from the taxpayers. This one is another $300,000 back from the taxpayers. And then we have Article 7, a contingency fund for $125,000. Just to put the pieces together, you're talking about the school board, instead of returning about $1 million to the taxpayers for tax relief, is keeping it for the next year to spend it on things, even though we have money programmed in the operating budget. And for those reasons, I recommend voting no. Taxpayers are getting killed, and we need the tax relief. We need the money to be returned to help a lot of people that are struggling out there. Thank you.
Ms. Opalka.
I was just wondering how much is in the unassigned fund balance, or anticipated to be in the unassigned fund balance? Let me go on with a couple of my other questions then, I guess.
Sure, go on.
I see the beginning balance. What's the, I also see where it says major expenditures is what it's designated for. personally, I would have called the boilers a major expenditure and felt very strongly about it should have been in the operating budget, but that's here nor there. What is the most that we can have in the capital improvement plan fund? Because these things are going to keep coming up, and we're not saving at all for any of this. We're going to have bonds after bonds after bonds.
I'm not quite sure what you mean by capital improvement fund. Do you mean this fund?
Well, under the Article 6 of the handout from the,
Okay.
that was handed out at the beginning, there's
Okay.
a capital improvement plan utilization. It's got the, that's what it's called in this paper.
Okay, so every year, the Budget Committee we have a few standard and standing agenda items. One of them is a full food service review. One of them is a review of the most recent audit. And the third one is a facilities overview. And that usually takes place in the spring, and it gives us a sense going forward of what to anticipate for the FY26 budget, but it also gives us that forward-looking view for 5 years out. So some of the things I talked about for the budget were those, I don't want to call them everyday items, but the things like the window replacements, ceiling tiles, painting, things like that. We're looking to this maintenance fund for those larger scale items, like the 10 phases of the roof for the high school, 5 phases of the roof for the middle school. And to phase that out, there are larger individual expense items. So if I look at some of the things that are put on a plan, and these are moving, they're reprioritized constantly. I would say what I tell you tonight might not be on the maintenance plan, or might be in a different order in the maintenance plan that we hear in the May-June timeframe. But for right now, going forward for this fund would be the additional phases of the middle school roof, which are estimated right now at $100,000 a year. So on top of that 150, the next 4 phases annually are $100,000 each. There's phased work on the auditorium here at the high school. There'll be the water system review. That's been something that's been on the CIP for a long time and keeps getting pushed out. But it would be an expensive endeavor to, evaluate the water system and how we make upgrades and changes. A traffic study, reconfiguring the main office, things like that.
If I may interrupt in a minute, it's been over an hour, so I'm now closing the voting on Article 2.
And did you ask about how much was in retained fund?
How much can you have there from year to year?
Oh, it's dependent on the projects that we put forward.
There's no statutory maximum.
There's no statutory amount.
So you could start saving for that replacement boiler that you're going to have in 20 years, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Which is going to be a lot more than it is now.
Yeah, yeah. Mm-hmm.
And I remember the roofs were, 10 phases, now we're going to have another 5.
Yeah,
so,
well, 10 phases for the high school, we're through it. With an FY26, that'll be our last one for, probably 10 more years until we have to start again.
So there's no cap on a capital improvement?
No. Did you ask the level of the unreserved fund balance?
Yes. What's
Were the last results
anticipated
around
to be in that?
250,000? Okay, 271. So we're at about 272,000 going back to the taxpayer. That would allow, there are additional funds that would allow us to, since this is coming from unassigned fund balance, that 271 is net of the 300,000 for this, and the next article, the 125,000 for the contingency, and then approximately at this point in time, 272,000 would go back on your taxes to help offset your tax rate.
One thing that I've tried to look at on the website is for capital improvement plan. Some of your things are not live on the website. I would like you to, maybe not you, but somebody else who's responsible for the website to make sure that things are live and they're in there, because they're not in there.
Okay, thank you. I'd also like to clarify that the retained fund balance that was discussed earlier this evening has not been funded to the maximum allowable percentage at the state level, and nor does the school board fund that to the maximum level on an annual basis. So I just did want to add that information. Thank you.
Looks like there's no more discussion on Article 6. It is time to vote on Article 6, $300,000 for the School Building and Facilities Maintenance Trust. All in favor of voting $300,000, please raise your cards. Thank you. All opposed, raise your cards. And the ayes have it. Article 7, Contingency Fund. To see if the school district will vote to establish a contingency fund for the current year for unanticipated expenses that may arise, and further to raise and appropriate up to $125,000 to go into the fund. This sum to come from the unassigned fund balance available on July 1, 2025, and no amount to be raised from taxation. Any appropriation at the end of the year will lapse to the general fund. Majority vote required. Estimated net tax impact is 0. Potential foregone tax reduction of 5 cents a thousand for Brookline, 3 cents a thousand for Hollis. The school board recommends this Article 600. The Budget Committee recommends this Article 800. Moved by Holly Durlow Babcock, seconded by Krista Whalen. Ms. Babcock.
Just move the slide. Can you move the slide? So the purpose of the contingency fund is to cover unanticipated major expenses that might arise during the school year. The funding is from the unassigned fund balance or surplus. Unused funds are intended to fund the following year's contingency fund.
That was short and sweet. Is there discussion on Article 7?
Rushton, Brookline. You said that the intent of any leftover money from this contingency fund would go into funding the next year, but I see in Article 7 that appropriation left at the end of the year will lapse to the general fund. Can you reconcile that for me, please?
It lapses to the general fund and then is included with any other amount that is in surplus, and then that amount gets returned to the taxpayer.
Okay, so this is...
This is non-continuing. If we don't use this money or any part of it, it gets put into the unassigned fund balance at the
Okay,
end
so
of the year.
this is a one-shot.
Yeah, if we vote not to do this, the $125,000 that would have funded it would go back to you as a taxpayer. That's what it means by lapsing to the general fund. It gets put into the surplus and it gets returned to the taxpayer.
So if we find this useful in the next year, we would vote on the similar type of thing in the following year?
Yes,
too?
we've been voting on this contingency fund for at least 8 years.
All right, thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, we're going to vote on Article 7. All in favor of $125,000 into a contingency fund, please raise your cards. Thank you. All opposed? And the ayes have it. Article 8. This is an article by citizen petition. Shall we adopt the provisions of RSA 32:5, Roman 5-B, requiring that the annual budget and all special warrant articles having a tax impact as determined by the school board shall contain a notation stating the estimated tax impact of the article. The determination of the estimated tax impact shall be subject to approval by the governing body. This is a non-appropriating article, so the estimated net tax impact is 0. By a vote of 6-0, the school board does not recommend this article. By a vote of 7-1-0, the budget committee does not recommend this article. Moved by Mr. Power. Is there a second? Yes, sir, in the back. What's your name?
Clarence Skidmore.
Clarence Skidmore. Mr. Power.
Yes.
You're not in order right now. It's Mr. Power's turn.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Eric Power, Westview Road, Brookline. This article is basically a common sense article to have the warrant itself have the tax impact. I know you might see them on the slides here today, but a lot of people don't know how to find the presentations, and the data is already available. It makes a lot of sense. So this RSA is enabling legislation that lets you require that the school board puts a tax impact. In the case of the co-op, we have 2 towns, Hollis and Brookline, so there would be a tax impact per $1,000 that would be included in each of the warrant articles each year. And people will find this useful because some people make a decision whether or not to come to the meeting based on what is in the warrant. They might not see this presentation, so it's really a transparency warrant article, and it makes a lot of sense to do it for everyone to understand and to have the information out there. And just note that this estimated tax impact is actually set and approved by the school board as the governing body. So they're the ones that get to put it in there. It is an estimate. It doesn't mean it's actually true, but it's the best estimate that the school board has. So I think it's a simple majority vote, so I recommend everyone vote for this if you'd like transparency and like to know how much things cost. Thank you.
Ms. Cook.
Judy Cook, 10 Main Street, Brookline. I move to pass over this article.
Is there a second? Sorry, I haven't yet figured out your name, so.
Rob Rushton, Brookline.
Rob Rushton. This motion is debatable, not to the merits of the motion, but to the merits of passing over. Is there discussion on passing over? It requires a 2/3 vote to pass. Seeing none?
No, I don't want it to be a motion.
All? Yes? You're going to have to come up to the microphone because Passover means that if we pass over an article, it's done. We can't bring it back. It's done for the meeting.
No, it isn't.
All right. Yes, Mr. Garuba. You want to speak to the motion to pass over?
Excuse me.
Oh, sorry.
Yes, I would like to speak to that motion. So I think at least twice tonight I've seen folks waiting online to speak, and the body has voted to move on without letting them talk. So I would suggest that you vote against this motion and let these 2 folks behind me speak. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion on the article, or on the motion, all in favor of passing over Article 8, please raise your cards. Thank you. All opposed, raise your cards. That's well over 2/3, so the motion to pass over passes. Article 9. Do you have I have the results here on bond article number 2. 208 votes yes, 102 votes no. The bond article passes. Do you want to speak?
To Article 9.
Okay, you want to speak to Article 9. Petition Article 9 to adopt SB 2. Shall we adopt the provisions of RSA 40:13, known as SB 2, to allow official ballot voting on all issues before the Hollis-Brookline Cooperative School District on the second Tuesday of March? 60% majority vote required. This is a non-appropriating article. Estimated net tax impact is 0. The school board does not recommend this article by a vote of 6-0-0. The budget committee does not recommend this article by 8-0-0. Who is moving this article? Mr. Power. Who is seconding? Mr. Bishop. Tom.
I move to pass over Article 9.
Is there a second to pass over? Mr. Hyde. Is there a discussion on passing over Article 9? Ms. Homo, yep.
I appreciate, thanks, Sue Hamola Hollis. I appreciate everyone's desire to want to go home. And I'll be honest with you, there's a lot of time that I spend talking with Joe Garuba about the benefits of having the meeting format like this versus an SB2. Because, Joe and I have some great discussions on it. But, one of the things that we hear all the time about why we shouldn't go to SB2 is so we can have discussions in person. And then something hypocritical happens when petition warrant articles come up, then it just turns into this mob of people who just say, no, we don't want to have discussions. I'll be honest with you, we've spent our whole night staying here reasonably thinking of things, and I find it to be very rude to shut that down when petition warrant articles happen.
Discussion on the motion to pass over. Mr. Belanger.
Jim Belanger, Hollis. We've had this article before us over and over and over again. We've always turned it down, so I support passing over.
Further discussion on passing over. Mr. Butow.
There's a reason for a vote like pass over, and that is to determine if there is a significant supermajority of the meeting that wants to spend its time doing something else. I understand that the petition article mechanism is intended to give small groups of people a chance to put issues before the town meeting, and that's great. But if 2/3 of the people that are there are not interested in discussing the issue, the chance of your getting approval is very remote. It's not a good use of everybody's time to have a discussion that's not going to lead to the vote that you want. So I recommend going for the Passover vote. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion of passing over, if you are in favor of passing over Article 9, which is SB2, please raise your cards. Thank you. If you are opposed, raise your cards. And the ayes have it. Let me catch up. Motion to restrict reconsideration on Articles 2, 6, and 7. That's all of the ones that were brought by the school board. Is there a second to restrict? Second by Mr. Mann. All in favor of restricting reconsideration on Articles 2, 6, and 7, please raise your cards. Thank you. All opposed? And the ayes have it. Article 10, petition warrant article for a budget cap. Shall we adopt the provisions of RSA 32:5-D and implement a budget cap whereby the school board or budget committee shall not submit a recommended budget that is higher than $27,000 per pupil cost times the average daily membership in residence of the school district as of October 1 of the year immediately preceding the proposed year budget, plus an annual increase for inflation using the CPI-U for the Boston, Cambridge, Newton, Mass, New Hampshire area, published by the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics as of January 1, requires a 3/5 majority vote of the school district, and the polls will remain open for an hour. This is a non-appropriating article. Estimated net tax impact is 0. The school board does not recommend this article by a vote of 6-0-0. The budget committee does not recommend this article by a vote of 8-0-0. Moved by Mr. Power, seconded by...
Mr. Moderator, I'm going to move it, but I'm going to move it with slightly different language. The RSA reference will be RSA 32.5 Echo E.
All right, we'll need an amendment to do that, but first I need a second on the motion. Yes, sir. So you're going to make an amendment to your motion to replace 32:5-D with 32:5-E. Is that correct?
That's correct. If that's how you do it, Mr. Moderator.
Yes, that would refer it to the proper section in the RSAs. Discussion on this amendment to the article. Seeing none, all in favor of this amendment, please raise your cards. All opposed, raise your cards. That's close enough that I think we should count this one.
I didn't look behind me. I didn't.
You ready? All in favor of the amendment, raise your cards, please. All right, you can put them down. All opposed, raise your cards. Okay, you can put your cards down. I asked our attorney what happens if it fails, and he said, that makes a good legal question. Which means I have no idea. I will say I'm thankful, at times like this, I'm thankful for calculators because I couldn't add up a column of figures and be confident in the answer. So yes is 45, is that what you said? Is that a 4 or a 9? 45 no's, 102, so the amendment fails.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I will just explain what a school district budget cap is. The school district budget cap is a new 2024 law that allows us to adopt a per student spending cap in the school district. So when you adopt it, in this case with a $27,000 per pupil cost, the next year you use that and you multiply by the number of students that were reported to the Department of Education, average daily membership and residents, and it comes up with a budget cap that helps inform the budget committee and the school board on the maximum budget that they should try to propose coming into the next year. They need to keep their total proposed spending underneath that budget cap. The budget cap can be overridden by the legislative body here by a 3/5 majority vote if you have truly urgent needs. And this is a 1-hour ballot vote to adopt. It's a very good tool because it helps drive the whole budgeting process early on. It helps set the budget guidance for the school district, and it helps bring us to a more reasonable and sustainable budget. And after the first year, the $27,000 figure is adjusted based on the most recent inflation by CPIU, so that it does maintain inflation for the number of students. If the number of students goes up, then the budget cap goes up. If the number of students goes down, then the budget cap goes down accordingly. For these reasons, I hope that you adopt this legislation for this school district and adopt a school district budget cap. Thank you.
Ms. Cook.
Move to pass over.
Motion to pass over by Ms. Cook, seconded by Mr. Hyde. Is there discussion on the motion to pass over? Ms. Homo.
Sue Hamola Hollis. I just wanted to add that, again, I want to reiterate the fact that Hollis has about 8,000 people. Brookline, I could be wrong, I think it's around 6,000 or so and change. You know, we have 200 people here tonight, maybe at best 250, and it's getting, you know, it shrinks by the minute. But to be honest with you, this is our one opportunity to tell everyone in the front of the room to keep communicating that we are getting really, you know, taxed with high property taxes, the high rate of schools and things like that. And what is very disrespectful, I feel, is that when it comes to certain petition warrant articles, the only opportunity that citizens have to communicate that, quite frankly, the people who can drive at night, who have the ability to be here, there's so many people who can't be here. I know so many people who are immune compromised, they can't drive at night, they have a disability, they have small children. We are getting such a fraction of the number of people in our town. And the very few things that we have is this petition warrant article, so at least people can at least hear the discussion. Again, I just want to reiterate, I find it ridiculous. These meetings are actually, most people that I talk to, they don't come because they feel like they're a joke, because their voice just doesn't get heard and it means nothing. So, thanks.
Discussion of the motion to pass over. Mr. Garuba.
John Garuba, 30 Meadow Drive. I don't think I could say it as well as Sue, but a lot of people are here, and I want to thank all the people that came to educate us and provide insightful information about how to govern. And I find it really disconcerting that there's a concerted effort to shut them down and not listen. I'm very upset by that.
Ms. Masterson.
Maureen Masterson, Milton Place, Hollis. I would like to point out that this 2024 law that was signed in just a few months ago by by Governor Sununu was HB 1105, and Mr. Power's wife, Representative Diane Power, was the primary sponsor on that. I think everybody should know that, and also that since this is a new bill and it has been getting a lot of publicity and many other towns are currently voting on it, I think we should wait another year before we actually vote on it. I think people should learn a little bit more from the news, see how it plays out in the state before we make a decision. So I would vote to pass on this.
Mr. Solon, let's try and keep a discussion on the actual question of passing over as opposed to the underlying matter. Mr. Solon.
Tom Solon, Shady Rock Road, Brookline. I don't generally support ending debates and things of that nature, but in this situation and on several petition warrant articles, I am in support of passing over, primarily because of problems with the articles themselves. When articles are put forth by your elected officials, they are generally vetted by the attorneys. They are looked to be consistent with the law. They look to be appropriately worded. This article in particular has some ambiguity that was clearly brought to the public's attention during the public hearing on it. We can't do anything about it because as a board, we don't have the ability to edit this, so it's before you as shown, but it's a very flawed article. And if it were to be voted on, some of the complexities about it are unknown. So the reason for passing over is not just arbitrary to shut down discussion, but to do two things. One is to eliminate a problematic article, and the other is to keep these meetings within a manageable length so that people are not afraid to attend them. Thank you.
Further discussion on the motion to pass over.
Brian Lovely on Toddy Brook Road, and just want to point out that the RSA, that the amendment was voted no, right?
Correct.
So the RSA that this references is inaccurate, so even if this were to be discussed, debated, and passed, it's still ineffectual since it's not referencing the right RSA.
Mr. Power.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Eric Power, Westview Road, Brookline. Yeah, we did try to correct the RSA. That's the only thing that's wrong with this article, so I don't think we should pass over it just for that reason. Maybe people hear about it. We might try the amendment again. And I'd also like to mention this was in Senate Bill 383. Prime sponsor was Senator Keith Murphy. My wife's Representative Diane Power was not even a co-sponsor on this bill. So the person that said that, it's inaccurate. This is under Senate Bill 383, a Senate bill, not a House bill. Thank you very much.
All right, seeing no further discussion, all in favor of passing over Article 10, please raise your cards. Thank you. All opposed, raise your cards. And the ayes have it.
Mr. Moderator.
Mr. Hyde.
Motion to pass over Article 11.
Motion to pass over Article 11, moved by Mr. Hyde, seconded by Ms. Cook. Is there discussion on passing over Article 11? Mr. Power.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Again, I'm very disappointed that we don't even want to talk about an article here that is another way to look at controlling our budgets. It's a very important new law, but for people that don't want to hear about it, it's sad. That's why I'm going to continue to advocate for SB2, because SB2, everything gets a vote, and you don't have this shutting down of things without hearing about them. So hopefully you'll vote for SB2 in the future. Thank you.
Mr. Garuba.
I don't know much about this article, but I don't see how shutting down the discussion about it serves anybody to learn at all. And in my opinion, it defeats the purpose of the meeting.
Seeing no further discussion, all in favor of passing over Article 11, please raise your cards. Thank you. All opposed, raise your cards. And the ayes have it. Motion to dissolve the meeting, moved by... I'm sorry? What? I thought I announced it. No? All right. My bad. SAU vote, yes, 166, no, 67. Who seconded the motion to dissolve? I heard it over here somewhere.
I'll second it. What was the vote again? SAU vote.
166 to 67.
166 to 67. 99.
All in favor of dissolving the meeting, please raise your cards. Thank you. All opposed? We are done.